6'7", but I guess plays at 350, but obviously has been a lot bigger. It's funny. Woody, I don't know if you remember, I just happened to be watching Game Day and they had a documentary, or not documentary, but a piece on him. And we're talking about it. And guys got to him and said, hey, man, you got to lose weight. When you lose weight and you're in shape, you're unbelievable. And he's got a ton of starts, got everything you're looking for, 39 starts. Just one big dude. And again, Reuben Bain, and I know I got family and friends across the country. Why the hell didn't we take Reuben Bain and this and that? They were committed to that guard tackle thing. And the first two guard tackles, I don't know if Miami would have taken either one of them. I don't know. I know we've talked a lot about Maui Noah and Fano and how good both of them. And those are the first two guys to go. Fano went first, and then Maui Noah went second. And, boy, there's a hell of a run, by the way, after nothing going through those first 7 or 8 picks. And then all of a sudden it just kind of exploded with a lot of offensive linemen taken. I think there was 9 of them total in this first round, which everybody thought that was going to be a position. Some of those guys end up being guards. And we're going to have a guy, and they've talked about flexibility between guard and tackle. And Eric Sullivan said this guy can play all 4 positions, basically both guards and both tackles. And if you guys, because he knows what's out there, and everybody's saying, hey, you know what's going on. He goes, look at that. That was our guy. That's the guy we liked. Spent a lot of time with him. Had him in. This didn't just happen. We didn't just call Nick Saban and say, hey, Nick, you had him a couple years ago. What do you think? So into all that stuff, and we've got a guard tackle. I'm just calling him that, although he's going to be listed as an offensive tackle. And I'm really curious to see. They're talking about playing the best 5. Austin Jackson's going to have to come in and be ready to go at right tackle. I would think he should be the right tackle, and I may be wrong, but I think Kadyn Proctor probably starts at a guard position to start this season. But I will tell you this, he will start. You don't draft a guy 11 or 12 in this draft, and he doesn't sit on the bench when you've had offensive line problems. He's playing. I know we're open competition in that. This guy will play, and he check that. He will start. And now I think it'll be a guard. He'll end up being a guard. But, hey, man, there's some other guys here that are going to be trying. Sawyer came in here. I think he's a good player. Brewer, obviously. Paul, who we were with last night. And then the big one is Savai Naya. He's going to be an interesting one to see if he's the guy that might be odd man out, or does he get it and Sawyer is the backup. That's how I look at it right now. I think Austin Jackson, if he's back, he's going to be motivated last year of his contract. But if he goes down, they got themselves covered with that flexibility of this guy being able to go outside. Hey, the other one, everybody asked me, hey, what do you think of Chris Johnson? I didn't watch one San Diego State game. He was the second cornerback taken last night. I know that. And so they, again, told you how they felt about him. Hell, they moved up to get him. They wanted him. So just gives you an idea what they thought of him. And those guys are 2 corners. Now we'll find those guys are 2 starters, excuse me. And now we just, hey, how quickly do they develop and become what you think they will as 2 first-round picks for the Miami Dolphins. And by the way, man, we got a lot of other stuff to get to, but we do want to let you know that today is the 2nd and 3rd round of the draft. The Dolphins will pick 43 in this 2nd round. And then, of course, they'll move into the 3rd round, 75, 87, and 94. They lost one of those picks in the trade. So anyway, that's where you are. And hey, listen, I just tell you, it was mostly negative with my phone last night from people like who really, were upset about Reuben Bain. Listen, man, I get he's in our backyard. I'm his biggest fan if you listen. I love Reuben Bain. He's going to Tampa Bay. Really good for him. I'm happy. I'm guessing he didn't think he was going to slide that much and probably really going to have a chip on his shoulder. He's a tough son of a gun. I'm not worried about him. but I do know this, and it was a need. There's no question about it. It's still a need right now. But we needed to do what we did. We needed to get that flexible guy that they claim was on top of their board the whole time. Loved him, spent a lot of time, got to know him, wanted to know everything about him. You're here, and we'll continue to play it all morning for you about Kadyn Proctor. And that was their guy. And I'm going to give Eric Sullivan, hey, man, we spent time. You guys want to come in and watch tape? No, I don't. I just want to see, I'm like you. I just want to see him play. Put him out there. And you don't draft a guy this high on an offensive line that has been below average to average for a long time. And this guy gives you a chance. Now, that's a commitment. You go out and get a guy that high and allow him a chance to come in and line up at either guard or tackle. We'll see how this thing plays out. This will be kind of a fun one to watch as we get a little better feel on it. And then who will be the second guard? If he gets one of the guard, he's going to get one of the guard jobs. I don't think Austin Jackson's going to be a guard. He's going to be a right tackle. So now it'll be fun to watch and see what happens. And hey, listen, Savaianaya, high draft pick a year ago. You moved up to get him in the second round. Not their draft, though. Not Eric Sullivan's draft. So they weren't married from the start. And second of all, hey, man, he got a lot of playing time last year. But this year, he's going to have to earn it. They're just not going to put him in there day one and say, you're the guy. Growing pains, we understand. They want to see big improvement from him. So that's going to be a fun one to watch on the offensive line. But they did make that offensive line a priority. So just because, I want to say this to all UM people, I love you. Just because, first of all, Maui Noah goes the pick before. And now you can't just flip the needs. And Fano was another guy that was mentioned. Those two were gone ahead of the Miami Dolphins. Bam, bam. And now you can't just go, well, screw that. That position's done. Get another guy from you and get Reuben Bain. No, they were committed to the guard tackle. That's the new thing. Guard tackle or tackle guard. Whichever way you want to go with flexibility, and that's what they did. And I get it. Not a lot of people are familiar with him, and then, he's got a weight problem. He's got an attitude. No, he doesn't. Don't start exaggerating all this stuff about him, okay? He's got a weight problem. Yes, he's got to watch it. He doesn't have a lot of discipline when he eats, like some of us. I'm a little guilty, too. I plan on getting a little guilty of that this weekend, matter of fact.
Yeah. I think it was interesting because I don't know what reaction people were expecting from you. They were thinking you'd come in here this morning and just cook these guys for this pick. But the bottom line is they did pass up on two players that we spent a lot of time talking about leading up to the draft.
I told you.
Again, it's irrelevant, right?
I told you I didn't want the other guy. And by the way, I wasn't the only one. I'm listening to guys. Caleb Downs, they're saying nice things.
They had a lot of nice things to say about him.
But there was a lot of buts in there.
I know, but I'll just tell you, that was the guy, we had Omar on right before the draft. We had him on the day of it, all that. And that's the guy that he really liked there. And I know that a lot of people liked him. And I know a lot of people certainly liked Reuben with that pick as well. So, obviously there's going to be that reaction because I think people thought those were the two big names. This was not like a big name pick, but I don't know what kind of reaction they were hoping for me this morning. You were coming like a blowtorch or something and crush these guys for making this pick. But
yeah, I'm not going to do that. Number one.
Well, yeah, you got to give them a shot, right?
Second of all, for all the people ripping the pick, I just want to make sure you're around when the season starts and he's really good, and you see that, damn, he's going to be really good, and I'm guessing going to be pretty good, pretty fast. He didn't go to a small school. He went to Alabama. He's a Saban guy to start with. Mm-hmm. And so I'll just wait. But yeah, man, for anybody like last night, I got family members telling me the pick sucks. Really? Stop drinking. I'm telling you, Stop drinking at the house. Stop drinking at the house, family members. Last night.
We got
Come on,
people
man.
on here. I can't wait to hear what Joe's going to say about this.
Well, let me ask you a question. Unless you're Mel Kiper Jr. out there. And I get it, man. This is what makes this draft fun. But I'm not going to kill John Eric Sullivan for that
No,
pick.
I just think
I
there's
know
a
it's
lot
not
of people
Maui
down
Noah,
here that wanted Bain.
But no. But if
he
it
was
would,
there.
but let me say, Woody, if it would have been Maui Noah, we wouldn't be having this. It'd be great.
No.
We got our guy. He's a guy, and now he's a Dolphin. So we didn't get that guy. So everybody goes, oh, good. Okay, well, let's go to the pass rusher. Well, no. That need was going to stay the same, and they're looking, and there's not a lot of guard tackle flexibility with these guys. Some of them can only play one. And they thought, now, I don't know if that was their 1 choice, 2 choice, or number 3 choice in a perfect world, if they could have, but they stuck with the line of scrimmage. So, and you guys act like he went to some school you didn't know about. He did have a weight problem. The matter of fact, the piece, I think he got up to 400 pounds or close to it, and getting his weight back down and then playing better, and guys telling him how good he can be. Listen, man, everybody raving about him when he's in shape and ready to go. Everybody raving about just unlimited talent on the way he played. So I get it that we got 3 guys really good. I understand it, man. I get it, especially Reuben Bain coming off an unbelievable season, goes 15th to Tampa Bay. You could tell he's no slouch. And Maui Noah, I thought would go earlier, although yesterday when we were working here with Kyle Krabs, he felt they both could be there for the Miami Dolphins. So I went, whoa. And they almost both were there. And I don't know if we take, you might have both been, everybody would have been really pissed off. They're both sitting there, and they would have taken Kadyn Proctor last night. But yeah, man, I'm not sure what you want me to do. John Eric Sullivan, first pick, had everybody all in on it. Listen, you got to give him the benefit of the doubt. And I know some of this has to do with past history here. I have to always take that into consideration. and even though it's not the other guys that are gone, it's still the Miami Dolphins, and you're wondering what this guy's doing and all that. I would ask everybody just to give it a chance. You don't have to give it a long time, because we'll find out here real quickly. Before you know it, we'll be towards the end of summer, and you'll be able to see it. But I would calm down.
Well, my favorite thing is now you got everyone gives the draft grades, right? Like we have some of our beat writers that gave it grades, the different picks. Like Joe Shad gave it a B-.
Okay.
The Proctor pick, he gave the second pick a B+.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what that means, but
yeah. I would ask Joe Shad.
B-.
I mean, I'm going to start. Now you're going to get me start blasting, guys. So how do they know? Everybody's got an opinion. Great. Okay. All right, Joe. What's that?
B- the same as a C+.
I don't know, man.
The same way in your grade point average. I don't know.
I don't know.
B-.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and take shots at Joe. I'm not, but I mean, we'll see. Maybe everybody will be right. Maybe he plays like a B-.
A lot of people are freaking out on here, man. But
so they got to give me a reason why that they know so much about this, why the freak out. And again, outside of the and the year they just had and how good, especially those first 3 guys were that were taken last night.
Joe, who's that unknown corner?
He's not an unknown corner.
This guy says people need to take off the Homer glasses. This was the pick we needed.
By the way, real quickly, I didn't watch San Diego State either. People asked me what I thought about the pick. I said, I don't know anything about him. I saw his name during the draft.
Yeah, you started
as
off
one of the
by
guys
saying
taking that.
That was fair.
But I didn't want, listen, I'm not going to be a complete fraud like you guys and tell me you didn't know him. You just didn't watch him play. There are good players out of San Diego State. Kim Bocamper went to San Jose State.
Different schools.
Just saying.
Spin it how you want, Joe. We need impact players. Bain is that. Someone said Chris Greer 2.0.
Just shameful. Really is shameful. That
you don't have to get riled up and defend these guys. I mean,
no, I got it
last. Figure it out pretty quickly.
I got it last night. I got it from everybody in my life last night, and I'm not going to reply to any of them because it's like there's nothing to reply about. It's like, okay, let's find out. But since everybody apparently knows how this is going to turn out.
All right, here you go. Joe, didn't take long for your boy John Eric Sullivan to show he is not who you think he is. How do you pass on Reuben Bain for a Goodyear blimp? Picking a lard ass is Chris Greer 2.0. That is not very nice.
Lard ass.
That's not.
Well, I'll tell you what,
I hope
maybe.
that person's very skinny that
Hey,
sent
listen,
that.
I hope so too. And the other thing is, I hope maybe the guy can go down there. We can watch tape and we can watch him since you apparently watched every play the guy had. Like all of a sudden they just picked this guy. Like, hey, let's piss off our fan base and get a big fat guy, and we can watch him eat ice cream and cookies and cakes all over the place. Like everybody's going, where'd that come from? How'd they take him?
Bring back the PE coach McMuffin. Well, they want everyone back, Joe.
Yeah.
After 30 plus years, no more chances. Stephen Russ loves to lose. Lose is spelled L with one O there, sir.
So can I ask you though? So we've decided after that first pick that this whole thing's going to be a disaster for the next couple of years.
See a two seatbelt guy on the Dolphin plane.
They're all first class seats. They're a little wider.
Man. By the way, I knew I could tell from reading the stuff last night that was coming in that this was going to be the reaction today.
Yeah.
I assume you knew
man,
that. Like I'm guessing you were at your party last night. Were there boos when this guy got taken? Was it more of a surprise reaction?
It was more the surprise action. Yeah. It wasn't boo.
Look,
but Hyde called me from down in Miami. He goes, were they chanting Reuben Bain like they were where I was? And I go, no, but there are a lot of UM fans there that wanted us to. Maui Noah was like the guy, and everybody's going, man, I hope it's Maui Noah. That guard tackle, he can do them both. And listen, man.
I'm not ready to crush these guys or anything, but obviously it was a somewhat surprising pick. Wasn't a guy that any of us talked about leading up to the draft.
No. Matter of fact, wasn't it the other guy was the Georgia tackle but
we were all saying this too, Joe. You do need, and Texter said this too, like you need an offensive line to protect the guy that you're hoping is the guy.
He said.
So
by the way, I'm hoping a few guys in the media that getting after me a little bit. I said he didn't get a big guy to protect Malik Willis. And he said that last night. Said we've got to get some help, and looked at our offensive line and had to get some more pieces.
Nothing wrong with the pick. We need it. The cornerback is questionable.
All right. So I don't think they just threw that one out of their rear end with all the Big Ten and SEC and ACC defensive backs. They decided to go with some guy from San Diego State, and it's like some wild shot. I don't know where they had him ranked. I know the guy from Tennessee, everybody's scared to death of. Now, the guy on the other side, I know everybody's a fan of his too and thought that he could go. So anyway.
Well, we're off to a good start here.
I don't think the other guy from Tennessee, he didn't go last night, right? The guy that was going to be the first overall guy, but he had the knee problem. Yeah. I just blanked out on his name. But anyway, hey, Woody.
How you feeling, man? You all right in there?
I'm tired.
We're off to a feisty start this morning.
That's all right, man. That's okay. People care, but man, I got to tell you, you guys apparently know a lot more about him than I do. Thank God we got you guys all around here to just decide that our first pick can't play. Hey, man, I want to tell you about your South Florida Chevy dealers this morning. Man, am I running late? We just took up damn near 30 minutes on that right there. Hey, I do want to talk to you about no matter how you feel about our first round pick, and you got a couple big people in your family. Hey, I just want to let you know you got to check out the SUV family. Oh, my gosh, the big Suburbans and Tahoes with all that space. Down to the mini Tahoe, better known as a Traverse or maybe even an Equinox, but you can't go wrong. Cars, trucks, and SUVs have never looked better than they do for you to stop by this weekend and maybe check out a Silverado truck. Yep, the Silverado 1500, Silverado HD, man, whatever it is. And Colorado ain't a bad way to go for South Florida living either. Hey, if it's about durability and strength and power, boy, your South Florida Chevy dealer's got a little something for everybody that we know you're going to like. So stop by your South Florida Chevy dealer. We're loaded down. Best overall products we've ever had. Absolutely have a truck and an SUV and a car. Nothing like that Corvette, by the way. Got something that's perfect for you. This weekend, let's drive.
We're recapping round one of the Dolphins draft.
46th Street, affecting the off-ramp left lane. That's traffic. I'm Elia Escobar on FM 104.3, and you can listen to WQAM on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Kadyn Proctor, who I want to say you only had him his freshman year and then you retired, but early in the draft process, a lot of people, killed him for whatever his weight at certain points last year. He's obviously an athletic freak when you look at his measurables. And now as we get closer to the draft, he's kind of gaining a lot more heat. People saying, hey, he could be the first or second tackle taken off the board. What do you expect out of him? And why do you think that kind of change has happened this close to the draft?
I think people get a little bit more tolerant of these small issues. People look for reasons not to pick guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's how it starts.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like players used to tell me all the time, I'm going to go to the combine and improve my stock. You ain't improving your stock. They're looking for reasons not to take you, and they're going to find one. All right,
so do not work out.
But anyway, but I think the thing is this guy is so talented, big, physical, can move, and has power. He's got range. He's got good feet. Now, the issue with him is he's not a bad person. He'll do whatever you ask him to do once you get him in the building. But when he's not in the building, he might get a little overweight. He might not come in the best shape. And those are the kind of things you got to manage with him. But I think they're manageable. In other words, he's not really a self-starter that's going to go out there and, get in great shape and come to camp like you want him. But if you can get him to come to camp, if you got him there and get him ready to go. So I don't think that's a huge negative for the guy. And I think he's going to be a really good player now. And if he can't play tackle, he would be one hell of a guard.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no downside in taking the guy.
All right, that was Nick Saban, who had him for a year. Talking about the Miami Dolphins' first pick, Kadyn Proctor, last night. And a lot of shows, by the way. I thought the coverage last night, from what I could hear, was fantastic. And I got to tell you, man, Nick Saban has been watching him last night before this thing started. He's really good. He is much more likable. And when he doesn't have to get up there and be the head coach and rip every time somebody says, coach, you're favored by 30.
Yeah.
Why do you got to do that? You screw this thing up. We got to play the game. I know, but you're playing Division III school. No. And he would go nuts. But
Isn't it weird that he coached all these guys? I feel like he's been on TV for like 10 years now. Like he's been out of college football for so long.
I think he's fantastic, man.
He's coached all these guys. Amazing.
I got to tell you, and I did not enjoy doing a show with him when he was here. And I did, and I just saw some stuff, and I was just like, wow, that's not the way you treat people. But I got to tell you, man, he's likable. He is very likable on these shows and does a great job for people that just watch him from the outside, haven't been around him. He's really good, man. And I can step back and tell you, I think he's added a lot to that college football show. And I thought he was really good last night, just talking about stuff. He's been on both sides of this thing. He's been in the NFL twice, as well as being one of the best, if not the best, college football coach of all time. So anyway, that was interesting take, and he happens to know that guy better than anybody. He knows him from when he was very, very young and trying to figure things out going to Alabama. So anyway, that was the first pick. We're going to call him 6'6" and 5'8". God, that's a big man. And 352 pounds. And said if he can stay at 350, he's really good. That's a great weight for him because he's a big, strong dude. But we got to stay away from the 400. We got to stay away from that. 39 starts, by the way.
Somebody said you can fix fat with a diet on Ozempic. You can't make arms longer.
Well, listen, man, I just think he's
Fix fat. Jeez.
Hey, you know what? One thing Nick said, and I think the Miami Dolphins are thinking the same thing. I just keep going back to this. I said it last night. We were doing our roundtable last night that these guys have made it really clear they want guys with flexibility at positions. And they never say guard and they never say tackle. They say guard tackle. We need a guy. You may have to play here. And when somebody goes down, we may, or not playing well, we may need to slide you out or slide you back in. So there's going to be a starting position, and we'll all get it up close, just like we did with the guy last year that Savaianaya, who, did not grade out well in year one, played the whole year, had his moments where he was good. And then, when you get beat inside, it happens fast, and it's everybody seems to get a chance to see what happened, and you see the replay, and you see your guard inside whiff, and right on top of the quarterback from that tackle position. No faster way than you beat your guy clean up the middle, and you got a big problem. So
you want
anyway,
to get one more thing out of the way too. Like
Yeah.
if someone's upset, that he went to the national championship game here, how do they not, like they don't? It doesn't matter what school these guys are from or where these guys are from.
No,
that has nothing to do with the whole equation here.
no, they got. Listen, they
like
they're
as
gonna have
fans,
a lot of guys
it would have
get
been nice to
drafted.
see a UM guy stay home, of course. But those guys don't care. They're not
No.
looking at what school the guy's from.
No.
Or what the fans.
That used to
would
be the
like.
old. That used to be kind of a little bit like, the Miami Hurricanes. Just take all the guys from South Florida.
Yeah.
Just take the South Florida guys. Don't take guys from other places. They're not South Florida guys. And Mario kind of calmed that down with, I'm going to take the best players. I want to get the best ones here. But I also, when I rank them, and they're in other parts of this country, if I like them and they're really good, I'm going to go after them. And I'm not going to get caught up in just my backyard. So, hey, listen, there are 3 guys win the first round. Maui, Noah, Baines, and Mesidor in that order last night. 10th, 15th, and 22nd, which I don't know where you thought they go, but they're all first-round picks. Life's good. They're all 3 first-round picks. I would have loved to have had one of them. Hyde even was hoping for 2 of them. He was hoping Mesidor is going to drop another 8 picks and see if the Dolphins
he got
would
scooped
take
up
him.
early, huh?
Yeah, but I think
Good team, by the way, got him.
Yeah, Chargers. Yeah, he's in a good place. He's in a good place to go in there and make it. But yeah, man, I get it. We all watched how good they were. There are going to be more guys from the Hurricanes get drafted today. We're going to have Mario Cristobal in a little bit later on. Guy flew home last night, and we're letting him get a little bit of sleep, get a little rest, and then we're going to have him on. We'll talk about all this stuff that we're discussing right now. But, yeah, I expect Keontae Scott, maybe Carson Beck.
Yeah, where do you think Carson's going to go now? Where that second quarterback came off the board pretty quick last night.
I didn't see that one coming. Markel Bell, too, could go today.
Yeah.
He could be I don't think he's a second-round pick, but
what'd you think of the Ty Simpson pick?
I was surprised.
It was early, and Orlovsky, I saw was celebrating.
By the way,
kind of funny.
But
hey, man, that's a really good team to pick. The strange thing about that pick, though, is
really lucky that he's a likable guy when he came out.
Well,
because that breakdown was
Yeah.
not very accurate.
Well,
no, he didn't give Mendoza anything.
I don't know. I
that.
respect the hell out of that Rams coach, so I think he probably knows what he's looking at. They also you talk about a team that's a Super Bowl contending team that did not need to take a quarterback there.
Quarterback's an MVP.
Yeah,
won the MVP award.
You did not need to make that pick right there, and so they must have really seen something in that guy to say, all right, we're not going to make our team any better here.
Right after us last night. Yeah.
I
think a lot of people went, whoa. So anyway, and you're right. That guy's a hell of a coach.
Carson's the next QB on the board for the next desperate team.
I will. I am curious to see today, especially. Yesterday, obviously, is a big boy. That's the one everybody wants to see. What's my franchise players going to look like? Whether I had 1 pick or 2 picks, but today's a big one for the Dolphins with a lot of picks: 43, 75, 87, and 94 in the second and third round. And Keontae Scott, Carson Beck, and Markel Bell are all in the picture. So we'll see what happens with them today. Yeah, there could be 3 more Canes go today in this draft. I don't know. I might be off. It is amazing, though. I got to give the guys that do this for a living a little bit of credit. Not that they hit pick for pick. They don't, because things happen and guys slide around. But they're pretty good. Pretty good idea of the guys who are going to go in the first round. So they're getting better at this thing, getting it figured out. Not necessarily just doing their own board, but they're getting good info. And I don't believe they're just watching it themselves. I think they want to know what the teams are thinking, so they match up. So they're getting some information, man. Good for them. A lot of good stuff. Like I said, we're going to have Mario Cristobal. Omar Kelly will join us this morning. and Kyle Krabs, who was with us yesterday. Really appreciated him coming on. Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk will also join us. So we have a lot of stuff to get to. We're running behind here a little bit this morning, so we'll try
There's
to get
some
caught
people
up.
trying to egg you on here. I'm not going to do it today, man. I want to keep you calm today.
It's
I know
fine.
you had a late night.
I just want to tell you, we're just going to disagree.
Okay.
And I love the Canes guys. Matter of fact, I've been going to this kid, the guy that got drafted, went to his games in high school.
I just think it's a little too early to tell.
But again, if they knew they were going to take, we kind of got word it was going to be a guard tackle, that guard tackle thing that we beat up. And so everybody's going, well, Maui Noah's not there, so now you got to take a pass rusher from UM. If you don't do that, you got to take Mesidor again. Like, no, that's not the way it works. And hey, I'm with you. I enjoyed the run. I was there. I loved it. Playoffs, it's the best thing happened last year in sports. It was great down here. But you got to do what's best for your team. And that guy, John Eric Sullivan's doing what's best for his team. He's not going, screw UM. He's taking who he thinks the best player. And he looked at that offensive line and said, we need a little more knock 'em sock 'em to this team. And no finesse. Let's get it. And he thinks that's the guy. So we'll see. He said the same thing. We'll see. But and he got it last night a little bit. I think he kind of got the spin of what the writers were hitting him with last night.
The B-.
Yeah. The B- guys. Anyway, you had to get your shots in on Shad.
I just don't understand where these guys get these things from. Like a B-. The hell? What does that even mean? And I know they got to do it, but
I don't want you. Why don't you call Shad? You and Shad just kind of.
No, I
you
don't.
Guys dribble back and forth.
No. He gets a B- for hanging out with him. I know.
All right. Hey, Atlantic Men's Clinic. Maybe Joe needs a little ED low T, a little treatment there from Atlantic Men's
Men's
Clinic.
gives me low T, okay?
What the hell's a B- in sports? That's a good one, Woody. What's a B- in sports? It's like neither side will get pissed at you, the fans, or it was a low enough for the fans that don't want them, but it's high enough for the team to go, okay, that's fair.
Yeah, B- is ED. Just read your ED thing, man. Jeez.
Hey, we got to talk about
That's
Atlantic Men's Clinic. Hold on a second, man. It works. Oh, man, low T and ED. I know guys don't go around talking about this stuff, but, man, going to that place, I'm going there today, matter of fact. Man, it's the greatest thing I do all week is stop there. Not only is it friendly, but it works, man. I got to tell you, full-blown low T and ED. I don't want to tell you my story every day. Sex drive was gone. Energy level was shot. Nothing. And, here's how it works. I eat the same amount of food for a while to get me up to 265. And while I was eating the same amount, I wasn't exercising at all. And on that couch a lot, falling asleep, found myself tired, couldn't keep my eyes awake from Dade to Broward County to go home. I had an excuse not to work out every day. And I was like, what the hell happened to you? Well, I went to Atlantic Men's Clinic. First thing happened, a guy got to lose this weight, man. This weight is not working. I'm going to have to get a brand new wardrobe here. And then on top of that, man, it just all started to come back. I got on the program at Atlantic Men's Clinic, got the PSA test done. On top of that, meet with their professional staff. They put me on this program and said, you ready? And are you going to do it? And I go, hell yes, let's do it. Man, great results, and it happened fast. Active again, very active. In the bedroom, very active, getting around. It was just great to get it all back. I'm going, man, I never thought this could happen in your late 60s. 7 locations in South Florida to serve you. A brand new location in Hollywood. I go to Plantation. Call them today if you're going through this right now and you want to do something about it, and I think most guys do. 877-455-7300 or visit AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. Guys, it works.
Text WQAM on the
15% chance of rain. Looks like there could be some rain coming in around 8 a.m. this morning.
Traffic on WQAM is sponsored by
Yeah, it was more just a real honest, direct conversation with substance. You know, we asked him to walk us through his time at Bama, the lessons he learned, the back and forth from Iowa, the weight. And he didn't hide from any of it, you know, and he talked about his growth and the things that he learned through that journey. And then obviously we have our resources at Bama who have been with him recently, you know, over the last couple years. And we have really good relationships there. And, you know, things like competitive, prideful, never wants to be embarrassed, leads the conditioning runs. You know, what I can tell you about him is, you know, I don't need to name the coach by name, but there was a coach there at one point who was militant about weights. He didn't worry about Proctor's weight. That wasn't an issue for him because he could handle it. The guy's got 270 pounds of lean body mass. You know, he's just a naturally large human being. But he's not a fat guy, you know, and if you put your eyes on him when he gets around here, you'll see that pretty quickly. So I say all to say, look, none of us have a crystal ball. You don't know what the future is going to bring, but we feel really good about what we invested in tonight as a human being, as a professional, and as a football player.
All right, John Eric Sullivan talking about his first-round pick as he was asked a lot of good questions last night about the pick and the whole thing with Caleb Downs, which I don't know, man, did not want a safety in the first round personally. I've been very clear about that the last few days. And then on top of that, when go ahead and Cowboys make a deal with them, pick up a couple of fifth-round picks, and a Caleb Downs goes to the Dallas Cowboys in front of us, and then now we know, of course, off the board, so the Miami Dolphins come back, and I know Reuben Bain's there, and I know everybody went, oh, screw this offensive line thing. Oh, no, screw this guard tackle stuff. Let's go to pass rusher now. We got Bain. Highest guy on the board, maybe. Could have been. I don't know. But I do know this on their board for guard tackle, which is important. They looked at this guy, and I think he was high on their board the whole time, and they took him. You heard John Eric Sullivan talking about it. So, and by the way, same thing last night where I was. Same thing I can see from family and friends that all have my number. And some of them I haven't talked to for a while hit me with their thoughts last night late. Some guys that are CEOs of some companies I see hit me with their thoughts last night. And they all shared something in common. They didn't like the pick. They like Reuben Bain. Miami Central High School. 3 years at University of Miami. Tough, made for the NFL. I think he's going to be unbelievable. I do.
Can I read you one more here?
Yeah.
And maybe you can react in the next hour here because I don't want to get you all riled up. But someone says Joe's been hammering and banging his fist about for years. The team needs to do its background checks or get a Martin/Jordan situation again. This guy
That's
has
not this
clear
guy.
weight and motivation issues.
That's a
I'm
completely.
upset they didn't get Bain. There had to be
Completely.
another-
By the way, I don't mind if you try to do comparisons. That's terrible comparison. Terrible. I mean, you want to, unless you're active in Recovery Unplugged and know about mental health, that's completely different ball game.
Here you go.
So
Dolphins bypassed a 100% sure thing to draft a project in the first round.
I don't think he's a project. I don't know why anybody why would you think that?
First of all, there's no such thing as a 100% sure thing in the NFL.
No.
I think most people seem to know that, but
so here's the thing, because I am, if you've listened to the show, a big Reuben Bain fan, so that's not an issue, but I don't know. I don't know how good he's going to be in Tampa Bay. I think he's going to be pretty good. I do. I know he's going to be really good against the run. I know he's going to give you everything he has. But just because you like a Miami Hurricane player, I've done shows on this before. And by the way, there were some guys we should have taken, and we didn't at the time. Jeff Ireland let a guy from FIU and a tight end at UM go. Did not like him. He liked him, but later in the draft. Horrible general manager. Horrible. But this guy's been a really good player at Alabama. He's been a really good player at Alabama. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm not saying Alabama was as good as the team, and I get the Miami Hurricane thing, and that's why everybody switched last night. I watched it in person.
Alabama was still good. They still made the playoff.
I watched it in person last night. Everybody's going, Maui Noah. Oh, he just went, shoot. And then they wait, and they go, Reuben Bain. They're like, screw the offensive line. Just get us Reuben Bain.
Someone said Saban even said he's not a self-starter, therefore he's a project. Bama's O-line was trash. Another person says 954 says another bust in the draft, C+. Oh,
God.
Gave him a C+.
Okay. By the way, great job before he placed. That's fantastic.
C+,
great.
B- are like the same thing, though, aren't they?
Yeah. That's it.
Just one looks a little prettier than the other.
I don't know. They were very effective. When I came on with the C+ or B-, my parents were like, oh, my God, you're doing so much better in school.
Yeah, so Dolphins are good then.
So much better.
Dolphins passed.
They go, you're so proud of you. Anyway.
Dolphins screwed up again.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Boy.
Is Proctor elite because Bain is 100%, Joe? Is Proctor the next Chop Robinson?
See, now we get to the bottom of this problem. And I said this to start the show in the name of going over format. The problem is we've not done a very good job drafting. Chris Greer has done such a bad job.
Good job.
That this guy comes in.
Somebody said if Chris Greer did this, you wouldn't be praising this.
No, of course I wouldn't. He sucks. That. By the way, you better than that. By the way, if you're gonna do hit and runs, do a better one than that.
You have to give these guys at least.
Well, you want to get Chris Greer 10th year, 11th year, 12th year. Keep going.
By the way, yes, if these were Chris Greer picks, then we would have been very upset today.
Well, he'd have got out there and got in front of everybody, and you're going, he didn't just say that, did he?
Just don't want to sit here like a total fraud and act like I think you don't know if this guy's going to be a good pro or not. I don't think anyone does.
Hey, man. We will all find out together. The problem is all the guys that are hitting all this hit and run stuff today, they won't have the balls to come back on here if this guy is good in September and October. They won't have the basketballs to come on and go, dude, was I ever wrong?
Or they could do what they said. Bucks only play about 3.5, 4 hours away. You can root for the Bucks.
Hey, man, I'm gonna root for all the South Florida guys. I'm a big fan of Baines, and I love Maui Noah. You've been great. I like all those guys. Hey, we got to go to break now for real. 7 o'clock hours coming up. I do want to take a moment to tell you about Chapman Partnership. Hey, man, there's one thing we can all do is get involved in a really good charity, and nothing better than Chapman Partnership and the work they do for the homeless. It's not just go grab a bite to eat and hit the road and take an occasional shower and then go bother everybody on the road at every stoplight and stop sign, and it gets frustrating, and people go, oh, my God, it's the same guy at the same corner again. Oh, I can't take it. Chapman Partnership is about rehabilitation. It really is, man. They do so much, so many things. They help change lives for the homeless every day, man. They go so much more than a bite to eat and a place to stay. They've got caring support, all these wraparound services and programs at Chapman. And they're really focused on building pathways for success with all these great programs they put together. It's amazing. It is. All these programs to help find jobs, to help people get back on. We got doctors that donate their time for mental health, for physicals, for dentists come in. And the goal is within 3 to 4 months, if I could just break this down and get away from the copy, 3 to 4 months of rehabilitation help families. Half the people staying at Chapman Partnership in our 2 facilities are families, and help them find a place to live, get jobs, getting families back together through counseling. I mean, all the programs they have are fantastic. I got to tell you, the leaders of the whole thing, the Miami Heat and Bam Adebayo, thank you guys, man, so much. Incredible, all the work those guys have been doing, the money they donate to make this thing real special. And you can get involved too, man. We always need your help. The problem's not going away. Chapman Partnership is doing great things. They got a lot of great success stories, but we really need your help more than ever. Let's help support families and individuals overcoming homelessness at Chapman here in 2026. Go online to chapmanpartnership.org, and thank you so much.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Ed Moore Sawgrass Auto Mall Studios. Games. The back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. The 3-time NBA champion Miami Heat. Miami Hurricanes basketball. And now, the new home of the 2-time World Series winner Miami Marlins.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This update is brought to you by Doral Volkswagen. You always pay less with your Pricito at Doral Volkswagen. Visit us at Doral Volkswagen, DoralVolkswagen.com. Starting with the Dolphins, who selected Alabama offensive tackle Kadyn Proctor after trading back from 11 to 12. Miami then traded up from 30 to 27 to take San Diego State cornerback Chris Johnson. And the Canes had 3 players taken in the first round. Francis Mauigoa went 10th to the Giants. Reuben Bain went 15th to the Bucs, and Akeem Mesidor went 22nd to the Chargers. Rounds 2 and 3 of the draft will be tonight. And over to baseball, the Marlins will be in San Francisco to begin a 3-game series with the Giants. The first pitch is at 10:15. The game can be heard here on WQAM. And tonight, the Canes will welcome in Cal for a 3-game series. Tonight's first pitch is at 7. From Mark Light. We'll send it back to our walking B-, Joe Rose.
All right, I don't think I'm that good. I think I'm a C- guy. I
Really?
feel,
Come on. You're at least a C+.
I feel like a C- guy.
I'm going to give you a C+ for coming in off of a long night there and coming in this morning too.
Thanks, Woody.
Even though you're getting – people are not being very nice. Let's put it that way.
Hey, man, that's fine. You know what? You know what's great about this? Nobody knows for sure. Nobody knows how it's going to work out. Nobody knows who's going to get injured and not play at all. Nobody knows who's going to play and not be very good. And nobody knows exactly who's going to show up and kick ass for 17 games. Nobody knows for sure.
Problem is they took a guy that we didn't talk about leading up to this thing.
You're right.
It was a name that surprised me, to be quite honest. But
me too.
You can't judge the new GM. I mean, it's his first pick.
Well, you know what I think we should do?
Ever.
Next year, we should ask Eric Sullivan, hey, can you put out who you like the most before the draft?
Give us your mock draft.
Kind of give everybody a heads up so they're not surprised and everybody thinks you reached the guy that you could have had in like the 7th round or something.
I heard that
that's going
too.
to rehab. And
I heard another person in our market say that, they could have gotten him at 30.
2 psychiatrists and one of those guys that helps you lose weight.
So instead of hitting it out of the park, we got hit by the pitch. Pathetic.
That's very good. Yeah, pathetic.
Yeah.
There you go. That's very knowledgeable, pathetic right off the bat. I'm glad everybody's seen him play. I'm so glad. So glad everybody knows already. Man, it's great.
Another Bama player, someone says. Yes.
Another Bama player. You're right about that. We did.
Same school as Tua, right?
Yep, same school. Same school. Is there anything else you want to get in there?
I could read these things all morning long. And by the way, we appreciate people, even the ones that have called you company man, Harold. I do appreciate all of these.
I got to tell you, man, if I'm a company man, I'm the least popular company man. I got people still don't talk to me over there. In case you haven't noticed, I don't get like guests every day on the show.
It's that bad, really?
Well, what do you think? You know, and you're being a jackass.
I'm not. I think you're a nice guy. You know that.
You know,
you're very likable.
Honestly,
and I think you've been fair to the new guys that have been there.
Really doesn't matter. Anyway, listen, we got a lot of stuff.
He's a project because he played left tackle. You're not moving Patrick Paul, so he'll be playing a position he did mainly play in college, Joe.
Oh, that's never happened before. Amazing. Thank you.
Dolphins GM, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. We won't be fooled again. It's the weight problem that has us having Greer flashbacks. Nobody knows for sure is loser talk.
Loser talk. Can you tell me how good Reuben Bain's going to be and how many sacks Reuben Bain's going to have this year with the Tampa Bay Bucks?
Somebody said Harold loves the picks today already. Just ask him. You're talking about like the 2nd and 3rd round.
Oh. I have said before.
I know for sure because I uploaded Proctor to Madden, and he's a bust in the video game.
Oh, there you go. Outstanding stuff. Good stuff across the board. Hey,
Joe, it's the Green Bay way to win. There you go.
Well, it's better than the Chris way.
Detroit was trying to trade up and get him, someone says. I don't know. What are the chances to get Markel Bell?
Oh my God, are we going to go through the UM thing again today? Was that what we
But
wanted to do?
they better take a UM guy.
Just like, hey, we really didn't want him, but we're tired of listening to you people, so we just took a guy. That's not going to happen.
Tua said these picks are dope.
A lot of dope. A lot of dope going
Everyone's
around.
very tired.
Hey, I just got to tell you, I don't mind all you guys, and I appreciate you being with us this morning and stuff for the show. I do. I always appreciate it. And if you've already made up your mind on Eric Sullivan, I can't change you. So that's going to be
This is
the
a
way
good
it is.
one here, Joe. Guess this Jason Taylor was too scrawny to play defensive end. Zach Thomas was too short. Bottom line is nobody knows until the game is played.
Well, a lot of people made up their mind. There's a lot of different thoughts on this. First of all, we have been at times really dysfunctional in these drafts recently, have not hit on enough guys.
Mm-hmm.
And these new guys come in and boy, didn't take long. One pick, and we've already made up their mind that we're going to Chris Greer this thing.
That's what he said. Didn't FSU beat Bama? Yes, they did.
Yeah.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, they did. By the way, he wasn't very good in that game.
Someone said the city hated the Paul pick too. Look how it turned out. I don't remember the city. Someone said Chris Greer would have took back number 1.
I don't know. Good.
We do probably have to get a Canes player though at this point, just to appease these people.
As a rookie free agent, maybe we'll just grab a guy. We'll see
who's ever left.
Our center.
Company Joe, nobody knows for sure, but you'll defend anything the Dolphins do, even if
there you go.
Chris Greer drafting.
Can I just anybody listen?
You don't have
to
address it. You don't.
No. Honestly, though, if anybody listens to this show, just honestly, is that what you think that I go around defending?
Joe is trying to keep being able to fly on the plane. Someone says.
Oh, I don't really worry about that. Seriously, I really.
This is the Salisbury steak of steaks. This pick.
There you go. That's something creative though. That's good. Hey Woody, can you do me a favor and give that a break? Because we got is Omar coming up? Who do you got coming up?
Mario Cristobal is going to join us. Well, everyone's trying to get a little extra. I think a little extra rest here. So Omar's going to come on the 8:00 hour. Kyle's going to join us in the 8:00 hour. But Mario, who flew back last night, is somehow going to wake up with us.
So he and Jason Taylor. Right? I think a couple of the coaches went on that trip. And
look, man, the UM guys did very well for themselves. They're all going to good spots.
I got to tell you, nobody was better. I was watching early than the Notre Dame coach. I'm sitting there watching it early in the day. He came on with that show with Saban and Herbie and the whole group over there. He was really good. He was so good. I'm sitting there with my wife, who was just sitting there because she knew I was leaving, and just talking and was watching. He goes, "Man, who is that guy? He's really likable." And I go, "Oh, that's a Notre Dame. He's good. That guy's good.
He is. Yeah.
He is good, man.
Yeah.
He's good. He's saying all the right things. We're not making excuses. We lost those games. I refuse to let us feel sorry for ourselves." I was like, "Damn." Not blaming anybody. He didn't go, we need a new system or anything.
I can't believe his running back went that early. That's a
hey, man,
pick.
Guy
better be good.
2 running backs, both Notre Dame in the first round. How about the backup going in the first round?
Someone said no breaks. Keep giving it to you, Joe.
Listen, you can give it to me, brother. You can't give me enough. You don't know where I'm from. I am from old ball busting school, brother. It's good.
I want to take it a little easy on you today because you had a late night.
But
I don't think you need to be beaten up over
that was self-inflicted.
Yeah, but you don't need to be beaten up over the pick. It wasn't your pick.
No, but
you didn't pick the guy.
No, but I don't mind the pick. This pick might be really good, and I believe we need offensive linemen.
I just think people are also afraid to say that they don't know. Right? Like,
by the way, that offensive line position, I think it got wiped out last night. 9 offensive linemen in the first round of that draft. So
this guy says, congratulations, Joe. You've been saying O-line all along. It's funny that football people think alike.
Well, because a UM guy got picked that you wanted, and then everybody at the University of Miami, most of you guys are UM fans, you guys all flipped over because you know Bain and you know Mesidor because we talk so much about him, and now we Noah. So now you bring up anybody else, and you're like, like, where the hell this guy? I never heard of him. Okay.
By the way, you may have to address this Uncle Luke situation now. Someone pointed this out in the text.
What Uncle Luke say? He's running for office. I hope he's not saying a lot.
He said driving this morning, talking about we don't know if you're going to be good or not. We know a dog and we see one. That's the problem with the fish. He posted like the Reuben Bain video. That's not what you said. That's not accurate though.
I don't get it. What's that?
He's saying that you said that we don't know if Reuben's going to be good or not, and that's not accurate. That's not what you said.
I did not say that. I said we didn't know how many sacks, and I did not.
No,
say
what
that.
you said is we'd never know how anyone's going to pan out, and like if anyone says that there's no such thing as 100%, I think is the point we're trying to make here.
First of all, my relationship with Reuben Bain, his mom and dad, it's like I don't want to hear any jackasses. My everything's, it's like crazy. I've defended him over everything. So I don't want to hear it. Like, look at, if you want to try, is this Luke saying this stuff?
Yes.
So I don't want to hear any black and white stuff, Luke. I don't want to hear any of that stuff. It's not that. It's not how, Luke, I've been to more games at Central than damn near you have. So I don't want to hear it, man. I seriously, good luck, whatever you're running for. But the whole thing, hey, listen, he's a really good player. That's why he was picked so high, and he's going to Tampa Bay. They need an offensive lineman. They need a guy that can play an offensive line. Luke's the same guy, by the way.
So stupid. This
Luke, by the way, Luke, who kisses the ass of the Dolphins all the time.
Yeah.
So let me say, Luke's also the guy that knows we need offensive line too. The offensive line's not good enough.
But he did the same thing that someone else did. He goes, if this was a Chris draft, they would be killing him today. But it's not. It's not a Chris draft.
By the way,
you can't just like
you guys got to stop. It's definitely don't make it a black and white thing with Chris. Please stop.
Well, I don't think it's that. I just think it's like
don't do that.
I don't know. I don't even know what it is.
Chris got 9 years.
But it's not a Chris Greer
Chris
draft.
got about 3 too many years.
These guys deserve at least a shot, don't they?
No, they deserve 1 pick.
That's it. I mean, yeah. So they're done. They're cooked.
Yeah. By the way, I don't
crown the guy a bust
and
before he even takes the field.
I don't want to
really
hear anything from Uncle Luke. But good luck in whatever you're running for. I don't even know what he's running for. But I seriously, man, I don't want to hear from him. Not
Has
today.
he lost your vote?
Yeah.
I don't know if we can vote for Luke.
No, I don't. I don't.
I'm a Broward County guy now. I don't know.
I am
is
too.
he running in Dade?
I don't know what
is
he's
he
doing.
running
Why do you
for?
say? I don't know. You
maybe he can write back and let us know what he's running for.
Yeah.
Well, he tells us how good Reuben Bain's going to be because obviously we don't like him.
Why isn't we don't take somebody we say we don't like him? Where did that come from?
I don't know. You've been screaming about Reuben Bain for how many months? Come on.
I did the character thing, like, hey, don't worry about it. If you're worried about character and some of the national guys, I said, listen, man.
You defended him. Yes.
His mom and dad, and that kid is class.
Yes.
But
you want me to go back to the tapes and find out?
No, I don't. I don't because I got to go to break here. I'm running super late. You keep throwing bait out there for me to bite, and I just keep grabbing it this morning.
Oh, now Luke's really going. All I can say is San Diego State. Who do they play?
Hey, Luke, why don't you get your ass over there and make some picks since you're such a damn good evaluator of talent? Why don't
Small
you go
school
do
guys
that?
can't play in the league, though. I think everybody knows that.
Yeah.
You got to be from a big program or you just, you don't have a shot.
Well, listen, Luke, you have a lot more. Make sure you sit with Tom Garfinkel and you guys can go over those picks when you guys are over there having dinner and stuff together. Hey, man, we got a lot more stuff to get to here this morning.
This sucks. What a day. What a day.
Hey. Oh, man.
We were so optimistic yesterday.
God,
it's going to be a fun morning. First draft picks for the new guys.
Oh, no, I saw it last night, though.
And
I saw it on my own phone.
This fat ass is a bust. How could they do this to us?
Yeah. By the way, you think we'll hear Uncle Luke if this guy works out as a really good player? You think Uncle Luke's got the basketballs over there and down there in Dade County to say something? Like, hey, that guy's pretty good. Hey, right now I want to talk to you about something else, man. Much more important than talking about him. I want to talk about Harvey Cohen and Gary Judah, man, the partners of Cohen and Judah Injury Law Firm, personal injury attorneys. Man, I got to let you know, big Dolphin fans too, and don't think I didn't hear from them last night. Yeah, I got to tell you, not only Dolphin fans, but they're going to get you what you deserve when you slip and fall, automobile accident, man, the same partners who will handle your case from start to finish, more than 30 years of experience, big enough to go to trial and get you multi-million-dollar results small enough just to call you back. Go to ConanJudah.com. Read the reviews of what they're saying about him. And I will say this. If you're at a law firm where you're feeling like you're not real important right now and you're sitting there in pain, want to get an update on how your case is going, waiting for one of the partners to call you back, and now you're finding out they're not going to handle your case, what am I doing, man? What am I doing? You should be with Harvey Cohen and Gary Judah. Again, remember this. Call them at 866-FAIR-FEE or go to ConanJudah.com. Read those reviews, and remember, they don't pay other lawyers to do the work. You hire them to do.
WQAM, broadcasting live from the Ed Moore Sawgrass Auto Mall Studios. Ed Moore
to be perfectly honest with you, there were no outliers. We were convicted on these guys. The analytics did it here, coaches did it here, we did it here. And then we brought it together and we looked at it. We were aligned from the jump on these guys. We saw it the same. And I told you before, I don't need the validation of alignment all the time, but it helps. It helps for a healthy organization. At the end of the day, the buck stops with me. I take responsibility for every player we pick, whether it turns out the way you want it to or whether it goes south. It stops with me. I'm not hiding from it. I really like what we did tonight. And, it's the bottom line.
All right, welcome back as we continue on. We got Kyle Krabs up early. I know he worked a late night, host of Locked On Fins and A to Z Sports NFL analyst, spent the day with us yesterday. Kyle, so it's kind of a dog pile here this morning. Nobody liked the picks. Were you surprised? And where did you have Kadyn Proctor in the big picture of guys that can play 4 different positions?
Yeah, I had a late first-round grade on Kadyn, so I wasn't quite as high. But, you heard the rumblings throughout, and, Cleveland was tied to him in some mocks as early as 6 or a potential trade down. Now, they went a different direction with Fano. Proctor, somebody who Nick Saban was on Pat McAfee yesterday in the morning and said if he doesn't work out at tackle, he'll be a hell of a guard, right?
Yeah.
So Saban seems to think there's positional flex. I think Nick, obviously, there was a full quote there about, getting into camp and a self-starter, and Kadyn was asked about that last night. So I know that's a storyline that everybody's going to have some interest in. But once Maui Noah goes 10 and once Spencer Fano win at 9, like for me personally, Proctor's the next tackle on the board. I had him in the early 20s on my personal board, but like my board and your board and everybody else's board doesn't matter. The Dolphins have a lot of conviction in this guy. And I what I like about it, Joe, is the tone and the message that the pick sends. There might have been some other players that folks wanted, and I get that, and I like Reuben Bain too. But if you say you're going to build a team from the inside out, if you say you're going to get more physical and own the line of scrimmage, if you say you want to be able to run game and fix the short yardage rows, if you say you want to be a more physical football team and not be a soft football team, Proctor does all those things. And these fans, the cry about getting more physical and getting better on the offensive line and not having we're too soft up front. Kadyn Proctor achieves that. So the message that the pick sends is the thing that I'm most excited about for the pick, even if I sit here and look at where my board is and what exact number he is, it didn't line up.
Yeah. I think he's going to play inside, right? I got him. I see Austin Jackson starting to right tackle. I see him getting one of those guard jobs to start. What do you think most likely?
Yeah, I think, I think in a perfect world for me, and I know they're going to let everything play out, right? Well, they'll get them into camp and they'll let them kind of go through some practices and settle in. But I think you've got a great chance to do 2 birds with 1 stone and potentially move Jonah back to the right side where he had a lot more of his playing time reps on the right side, and have Kadyn, who's been a left tackle, and have him play the left guard spot. So I know there's some time on task, and having a lack of continuity with Jonah is kind of a tough break for Jonah if that's the way that it plays out. But I'm a big fan of the idea of keeping Proctor as a left-sided player on the left side and him playing left guard, and then take Jonah, who was naturally a right-sided player, and put him on the right side and let him play right guard.
Let's talk about the other pick, because we've been getting, of course, a guy from San Diego State. Who is this guy? Well, listen, if you've been watching, he has been one of the names mentioned at cornerback by everybody, not here.
Yes.
But what'd you think of that? Was he end up being a second cornerback taken last night?
Yeah, I believe that was the pecking order number 2. And the thing that stands out the most about Chris Johnson, he was second-team All-American, Mountain West Defensive Player of the Year this past year, had 4 interceptions. 2 of them went back for pick sixes. He led the FBS in interception yardage, so big plays last year.
Yeah.
He had a passer rating allowed of 16 last year when targeted in coverage. Now, I understand it's playing in the Mountain West, but he had a good week down at the Senior Bowl where the level of competition is a little bit more even. And you think about some guys that have been smaller school guys like Quinyon Mitchell coming out of Toledo not that long ago in Philadelphia, and does another quote unquote smaller school player that was very successful very early. So it's a question for Chris's transition to the NFL, absolutely. But he is another one. He's 6'1.5", 195 pounds. He ran a 4.4 flat. He's got the good production metrics. He doesn't miss tackles. He's got a career missed tackle rate below 6%. He's a pretty clean player, and he's well regarded in the locker room and from the program in San Diego State for what he does as a guy who's a consummate professional despite being 21 years old. So he doesn't necessarily have like the elite trait that other corners might have that would flash and make it very apparent, but he feels like he's a very consistent across the board resume, checks a lot of boxes guy.
Let's get back to the Reuben Bain sitting there at your pick. I thought no matter what, Eric Sullivan was going to get that offensive lineman, was going to be a priority with that first pick. Did you feel that way, or did you think it might flip over to Reuben?
I certainly would have think you would have been justified to pick Reuben, in my opinion, but they talked about the importance of investing with Malik Willis, right? And we have this quarterback and we're invested in him and we want to protect him and put players around him. And I think that layer on top of it just makes that much more of logic for why this pick was made. So I get it 100%. And, if you want to assess your quarterback, you probably should make sure that you have some players around him. So the biggest question that I had about not going offensive line at 11 was what would be there waiting for you the next pick that came around, right? And if all things are equal, and if you've got a guy that's a first-round graded offensive tackle and you've got a guy that's a first-round grade at defensive end, say they didn't have Bain in the elite tier, and those guys are both just first-round grades for you, what's the offensive line unit going to look like when 30 comes around or 27? And what's the pass rush unit going to look like when 27 comes around? We had 9 offensive linemen go in the first round.
Yeah.
Like we're pretty much stock out of starting offensive tackles. So if they had both those guys in the same tier and you're going through and working through tiebreakers, that's the kind of stuff that can break ties. And you saw it manifest. And that was the biggest storyline we heard. 7 offensive tackles going to go in the first round. Lomu went 28 to the Patriots, and that was kind of that whole first and second tier of tackles. They're all gone now.
Let me ask you now, going forward for today, 43rd pick, 75, 87, and 94 in the third round, and so that's your second and third round picks, 4 of them today.
Yeah.
What's out there that you like that looks to be fairly deep? I'm thinking wide receivers got to be somewhat of a priority today.
Yeah, I think they'll get at least one. Maybe they don't double dip now like I thought they would have otherwise when they had 5, and they obviously trade 90 for the pick swap to go up and get Johnson at 27. So I think maybe that reduces your likelihood of going 2. But, Denzel Boston is still out there. The team had him in on a 30 visit. The team had Proctor in on a 30 visit, right? So that's, they're investing those picks in players that they spent the extra time with. So Boston's a name that I'm watching. AJ Halsey, a safety from LSU, is another candidate, I think, at 43. Traydon Stooks is another safety option that is a candidate at 43, although he's a little bit of an older prospect, but a very, very, very good player. And then you get to the day 3 picks, and I think you probably have some good wide receivers, tight ends that'll be out there for you. The question is just who do you like at 43, and is there depth at that position? Because that might help break your tie too.
Yeah. We got 2 starters. Got to get some more today. Hey, I really appreciate it, Kyle. It's been great having you. Thank you for yesterday, and thanks for coming on this morning. We'll see you later.
Hey, when you're done, go home, take a nap, all right? Get some sleep.
It wasn't just I was out. I think it was a tequila. Hey, thanks, Kyle. I appreciate it. Kyle Craps, host of Locked On Fins and A to Z Sports NFL analyst. And we got Mario Cristobal going to join us when we come back. Stay with us.
Today.
Some more traffic on the roadways this morning, traveling in Miami.
It is time to head out to the Toyota of Hollywood Hotline. Shop over 2,000 Toyotas on sale. One location, Toyota of Hollywood on 441 between Hollywood and Sheridan. Toyota of Hollywood.com. Joe.
All right, Woody, thank you so much. I can't believe it, but he's with us. And I know he had a long night at the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. Mario Cristobal, Miami Hurricanes head coach, joins us this morning. Mario, last night had to be unbelievable when you have three guys go in the first round like that.
Good morning, man. Yeah, it was awesome. The energy, by the way, the energy at those events is insane.
How about that crowd? Unbelievable.
Oh, my Lord. It was, you know what, those guys, again, think about the journey, how it started, all the promises that were made, all the conversations, the journey, everything that went into making or having those guys go and work hard and accomplish what they did. Really happy for them. And actually, Joe, expecting a couple more great days here.
Yeah, we had talked earlier about today. It could be another great day for the Miami Hurricanes in the second and third round. So, Mario, you're back there. I can't imagine if you're back there with the families and they're waiting to see and they're dropping. Now maybe they're going a little bit lower and there was a team they thought might take them, but now they drop a little bit. What is that like going through that back there? I know you've done it before.
It's just long, and it's, you never want anything to take away from such an awesome moment, but it's just a long process. So, I'm sure families and players, a lot of anxiety builds up, and then finally when those calls come in, then it's just different. But no, all in all, it's an incredible moment and just awesome accomplishment by these guys, and the fact that their families are there with them and get to experience it with them is incredible.
I got to ask you something, and I almost called you. I almost made a personal call, and I know you're too busy, and I stopped myself at the last second. This Francis Maui Noah stuff came out a couple days ago, and this report's like he almost needs an operation like right away on his back. And I was like, wow, this is you got to help me out when something like that. Do you start getting calls from teams like, hey, coach, what do you know here? What do you say to that stuff? And I understand it's part of the game of right before the draft, more stuff comes out.
You know what? What I'd say that a bunch of bull is what that is. I mean, that guy never missed a practice, never missed a game, started every game. I'll tell you what, it was the best kept secret because I never heard about it. Okay. So the guy, every NFL team called about all these guys all the time, and they all were super impressed with all of them. It was just a matter of who needed what and when they were going to be taken. And you know what? I know that all those guys at some point in time, they went against the most highly touted guys in the country and they kicked butt.
Yeah.
Right. And there's nothing on film that shows anything but them being the very best at their respective positions.
Hey, Mario, I got to ask you about Carson Beck. And everybody's been all over the board, and the Georgia to you to playing for Miami and the rehabilitation and played so much better. His interviews, what kind of guy is he? He's got a little different person. I mean, we've heard it all. How many questions have you had to answer about Carson Beck? And what do you tell people about him? Has he got a good chance of getting drafted today?
I tell him the truth, which is he's an awesome player, a great person. Man, can you imagine Carson if he didn't have to go through off-season surgery and had an entire summer with us? Imagine the kind of year that he would have had on top of the great one that he already had. So, no, he's very highly regarded and expecting some great news for him. I don't know exactly when. You never could predict that, and don't want to create an expectation and then have to wait around. But certainly, he is very highly regarded, and he's going to have a great landing spot.
Hey, I haven't talked to you since the end of spring, and I just want to bring up, first of all, the size. First thing, size on that offensive line of the puppies, Congdon and Cantwell. Unbelievable. And all those guys you have that are look skinny at 320 right now. How did they perform, and how good are those guys going to be?
Extremely productive spring. I mean, as you know, we went all out, right? I mean, we tried to take advantage of every single practice, and I feel like our program, is further ahead each and every year at this time of year, especially as it relates to the trenches. So, for us, it's like I told them, look, man, we haven't accomplished anything yet. We've done nothing, and we've got to have our best summer. Like our best strength and conditioning segments. We have to have our best OTAs. We have to take another step as a program, and that's got to be the focus. I want to, enough of people telling you did good last year. Heck, half of you guys weren't even here last year. So let's just shut up and let's go to work.
Yeah, no, I got you there. Hey, we always talk about freshman development, and you always talk about freshman development. Hey, just because you're coming in and the transfer portal and guys been here, I thought you had a lot of guys really shined, especially in that last scrimmage and last day of the spring there, played really well. Can you give me a couple of guys that kind of shined that really developed through spring?
Well, I mean, the true freshman, you look at the Samorian Wingo, he got a little banged up at the end, nothing major, but he's a guy that really stands out, just really, really explosive, fast. I mean, Milan Paris also showed that. You saw how big he was and whatnot. In the backfield, you saw Javion runs hard, physical, gets downhill, great contact balance. You mentioned the linemen. Obviously, everyone has mentioned J.J. Dunnigan, but, I want to talk about guys, but I really don't because they haven't done anything yet.
Yeah,
so,
I got you. No, I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to call for some agent and say, hey, I heard you got my guy did well. Well, bull, all right? He hasn't played a game yet. Let's go play football.
No, I got you. Hey, Josh Moore injury. Is he okay? Is he going to be all right? How serious?
Yeah, he is. He tweaked a soft tissue type injury, and he should be okay within probably 2 weeks or whatnot. So nothing major.
As you look at this team coming out of spring, you guys have those final meetings. I know you got a zillion things with recruiting and stuff going on. You can get a feel for strength of positions. I don't know. It just looks to me that running back and wide receiver position, but you look a lot deeper everywhere. Do you feel that even with the young guys coming in?
I think I certainly think it's different now that there is no spring portal window. So we had an influx of 41, 42 players. But then again, you have a significant amount of guys that weren't able to fully participate. We'll have a better feel for it come August. But again, we do feel progress, the energy, again, the level of understanding of expectation, all that stuff, improvement. We got to have the most challenging, the toughest off season that we've ever had. And it's coming, and we're going to find out.
Hey, I know you talk about, I remember when you got the job, you said this thing got started on the line of scrimmage, and it's starting to look like the kind of guys you expected to have when you took this job. Is it starting to look that way, and we're starting to see it, and where guys are getting drafted and more guys getting drafted today?
Yeah. I mean, remember, Joe, we had mentioned when we arrived, there was one guy drafted in the 7th round. It was frightening. It really was. I remember going back to the office going, holy crap, it's a complete roster overhaul. And I mean, this time of year, right? April and how you end up in January, they typically, they're a direct reflection of each other, right? If you're playing really good, you probably have really good players. So yeah, that part is elevating at an extremely rapid rate. And yeah, that never stops. I mean, now more than ever, everybody involved, everybody surrounding the university and football, it's time to turn it up, because if you've gotten this far, well, you didn't come this far just to come this far, So the appetite and the hunger and the drive right now are at an all-time high.
Mario, is it hard coaching around this NIL? I've left you alone about it, but I'm just curious. People go, oh, man, it's a different game now with the NIL. You've never complained. One of the few coaches that's never complained about what's going on right now.
No, I mean, it's you adapt or you die. I mean, that's the bottom line. And in terms of that, the business side of it, I think the NCAA still has its hands full trying to work things out on how it's gotta go. But football is still football. It is. And we have never, ever changed how we develop, how we coach, how we approach the game, how we teach. And that's never, ever going to change it. If anything, we intensify it more. We seek more knowledge. We try to get better. And that's how we approach it. The other side, do things happen? Yeah, things happen. But there's no time to complain. The ball's still going to be placed on the tee and kicked off, brother.
Hey, before I let you go, real quickly, maybe today, and I wanted to ask you about two of your big guys. Speaking of your offensive line, one of your top loves in the world right now, the offensive line, have been for a long time. Markel Bell and Inez Cooper. Nobody talks about Inez Cooper. It drives me nuts. I think he's so good, but I don't see it every day. Tell me about Inez Cooper.
Yeah, they need to be talking about him because the guy that used to weigh 400 pounds that now plays elite football at 340 pounds and is a great leader. Yeah, he's going to make a tremendous impact with any franchise. And again, just throw on the tape, man. I know there's a lot of shows, a lot of podcasts, all that stuff out there. Put on the tape and watch Miami football and how our guys play the game and how they're developed.
Yeah.
It answers all questions.
Yeah. And Markel Bell, just
the
upside still to come on that guy, huh?
Yeah, the human skyscraper. The guy is and how about his development, Joe? How about the way that guy's bending and sliding? You're looking at 340, 350-pound guys that live to play football. Like their entire existence is all about team and football and improvement. Come on, man. These guys are no-brainers.
Mario, thank you. Hey, man, that's great. Great effort getting back, and I appreciate you coming on with us this morning after a long night and celebrating with 3 of your first-round picks. Special night, so thank you.
I appreciate you, Joe. Go Kings.
All right. Mario Cristobal, Miami Hurricanes head coach, joining us this morning for just a second. We got a lot more stuff coming up here in the last couple of hours of the show and everything else. But, hey, right now we want to talk about Baptist Health South Florida. Yeah, people ask, where do the pros go when they get injured? I go, well, a lot of the teams, Inter Miami, the Heat, the Panthers, the Miami Dolphins, all trust that great sports medicine program that Baptist Health South Florida's put together. Great doctors, obviously. That's what it starts with, great doctors, some of the top specialists, and unbelievable facilities to get to all over Dade and Broward County. That's what it's about, too. So when you start looking at specialists for knee, anything with the knee, shoulder, foot and ankle, hand, back, hip and knee replacement, Achilles. These guys are good, man. They're good, and they're ready to help you. And I also want to let you know a couple other things. Got great facilities. Doctors Hospital in Coral Gables, Hard Rock Stadium next to the training facility, and, of course, 595 in Pine Island in Plantation. The pineapple is alive and well, man. Visit BaptistHealth.net/ortho. Hey, man, doesn't matter who you are. You don't have to be a high school, college, or professional athlete. They're for all of us at Baptist Health.
Food Market. Chicken, salmon, shrimp, price locked at exceptional quality. Fill your freezer for less. Find a location near you at wildforkfoods.com.
This is WQAM-FM and HD1 Miramar, Miami, Fort Lauderdale. WQAM-AM Miami, an Odyssey sports station. The home of champions. Home of the 5-time national champion Miami Hurricanes. The back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. The 3-time NBA champion Miami Heat. Miami Hurricanes basketball. And now, the new home of the 2-time World Series winner Miami Marlins.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This update is brought to you by Doral Volkswagen. You always pay less there. Pricito at Doral Volkswagen. Visit us at Doral Volkswagen, DoralVolkswagen.com. Starting with the Dolphins, who selected Alabama offensive tackle Kadyn Proctor after trading back from 11 to 12. Miami then traded up from 30 to 27 to take San Diego State cornerback Chris Johnson. And the Canes had 3 players taken in the first round. Francisco Maminoa went 10th to the Giants. Reuben Bain went 15th to the Bucks, and Akeem Mesidor went 22nd to the Chargers. Rounds 2 and 3 of the draft will be tonight. And over to baseball, the Marlins will be in San Francisco to begin a 3-game series with the Giants. The first pitch is at 10:15, and the game can be heard here on WQAM. And tonight, the Canes will welcome in Cal for a 3-game series. Tonight's first pitch is at 7. From Mark Light, time for weather, brought to you by Tornado Roofing and Contracting. Storm season is coming. Make sure your home is ready. Get your free roof and window estimate today. Visit tornadoroofing.com. Joe, it seems like a storm is brewing in here after these.
I don't care about that. I want to make sure the
weather's okay, though.
Oh, the weather's good?
Well,
right, let's get into
looks like around 8 o'clock, which it is now. There might be some
rain?
A little bit, but it'll clear. Probably.
All right. So take it back to last night.
It's supposed to be a happy day today, man. New picks, new GM. Man,
no Miami Hurricane. No Miami Hurricane, and we got people fired up. So they wanted, and I think everybody's first choice, and I can't speak for everybody because everybody's got their own flavor, but everybody was hoping when I got there last night, and Maui Noah, and he had a visit over there, so they knew him real well. And, of course, as you just said in your update, Maui Noah goes to the Giants at 10. We get a little surprise there. Dolphins move out of the pick from 11th to 12th. Dallas jumps up and takes Caleb Downs. I don't know about you. I wasn't interested in a safety with all the guys out there and pass rushers, and we're a lot of guys, a lot of top guys, a lot of positions. And you knew there was going to be, everybody said there's going to be a lot of offensive tackles / offensive linemen going in the first round. The reason I said slash because a lot of tackles end up being guards in this league. So you knew that's where they wanted to go with Maui Noah. And Fano had gone ahead of Maui Noah. So the first 2 guard tackle guys that everybody talks about, guard tackles, were off the board. So the one that kind of surprised everybody, and honestly, I had no idea. I mean, I didn't hear anybody talking about this guy a lot, and they liked him a lot out of Alabama, and we've been talking about him. And Kadyn Proctor, 39 starts, 6'6", almost 6'7", 350 pounds. And has been heavier, has been much heavier, which was the big knock and everything. But, hey, man, Eric Sullivan said we watched him, watched all his stuff. He does things that other guys can't do. We took him. He had to answer all the questions last night. And so they give up and they pick up a couple of 5th-round picks as well for the draft on Saturday. But so that takes place. They take him. And meanwhile, Reuben Bain is sitting there, and I think we all saw it. I thought there was a chance they're going to take Reuben Bain. So, guys.
I think we all wanted them to take Reuben Bain. Like the texter's asking here, Joe. Ask Joe who he thinks would be a better NFL player, Proctor or Bain. And then it says, make him answer. Miami's seasons away from drafting 2 specific needs. They passed on a generational player for a guy with major questions.
So if you're asking me right now off what we have seen, yeah, Reuben's really good. I mean, you'd be an idiot not to say it. Not only that, but a little more in touch with that guy, being a South Florida guy too. But yeah, Reuben Bain's a special player, no question about it. And that's why I've been yapping about him the last few days. But these guys have made it real clear this thing was going to start. I mean, they did. They stayed. He stuck with it, man. He said it was going to be, he talked about guard tackle, and he's talked about and hinted about offensive line and line of scrimmage and being more physical and not being finesse and being able to play in any kind of weather and helping Malik out. And I mean, that's just been a topic. And that's why
that's very, very important, as we've learned.
And this offensive guard thing and getting a big physical guy who's played a lot of football. And again, he's got to keep his weight down. That seems to be the big thing, right? Just keep your weight down. Then he's in shape and he's fine. They must have had, and Eric Sullivan said they had a bunch of those conversations like, you're really friggin' good. We've heard from Saban and we've heard from Eric Sullivan on that topic. But listen, everywhere I've been, and my phone's still ringing this morning, leaving text that they hate the pick. And I can't stop anybody from hating the pick, and I'm not going to try to. Second pick, by the way, was another interesting one because Chris Johnson, San Diego State guy. But if you follow the list, Chris Johnson's on everybody's list. So let's not make it sound like he's some wild pick that nobody heard of, and the Dolphins are going way outside, and nobody's heard of these two picks. That's not the case. It's just not. His competition, I know some of you have commented, he hasn't played against anybody. We need big-time guys.
Someone said they want you to be disappointed, Joe, just like the rest of us. So I think the thing is this. First of all, I personally would have rather had Reuben Bain. I think you probably feel the same way. But I also think you got to give these guys some sort of leeway, like some sort of shot to at least, I mean, it's the guy's first pick ever as a GM. Like, don't you, like, this isn't Chris Greer. They cleaned house over there. You got to give the guy at least a shot.
No.
Before you
they're not
say the guy's a total failure and the guy's a bust.
But I got to tell you this. They have spent a lot of time at UM. They want to have a good relationship with them. Everybody, Mario and everybody else talked about how much they spent, the time they spent. The assistant coaches said they were great. You were sitting in there.
Yeah, I don't think any of this is personal or anything.
No, it's not. And I want to let everybody know it's not that.
By the way, for all the Reuben Bain fans out there, he went to a pretty good spot.
So he's
playing a few hours up the road on a good team.
He's on a better team. Yeah, right now he's on a much better team.
You know.
But I just want to let, because in the past here, there has been a thought that Miami Dolphins would not draft Miami Hurricanes. I've lived through that on the radio as well. And at times you were like, how do they have all those guys get drafted and you didn't take them? You know, and you know, why did we not take one of those guys? And they had Jimmy Graham down there. Remember the Jimmy Graham thing? Were you around, Woody? Were you young enough to, old enough to remember Jimmy Graham? And Jimmy Graham, and I'll never forget, Jeff Ireland said, we liked him, but we liked him in the 4th round instead of the 3rd round. And, of course, he goes to the Saints and just tears it up. And they had a guy at FIU. We needed a speed, big-time receiver. And it was the same year. T.Y. Hilton, never forget, like yesterday, chewed it up, but he was a Sun Belt Conference guy. Is that what it was back then, FIU? But he was really good. I mean, and by the way, he went to the pros, went to the Colts, and he ran by everybody at that level. So yeah, we whiffed on a couple guys in our backyard. They did.
Maybe we should just fire Sullivan for all the past mistakes. And apparently for this mistake, Joe, they missed.
Well, you got to.
I mean, the guy's not even in Miami yet. Well, maybe he is. They have private planes, don't they?
Yeah.
So he's just touching down in Miami, but why don't we, man.
Well, I love the fact that we have everybody trying to
someone said the Clemson tackle would have been better than Tubby. That's nice.
Now, how's that guy know that? Who just said that?
Because everybody knows. Oh, look, man, I get the fans have a lot of info. I get that. That's fine. But everyone's got the same information. We're all watching the same tape. Everyone likes who they like.
But I got news for you, man. The teams are really studying it. Now, maybe you don't like the way they're studying it, but they're studying everything. They're throwing in analytics. They've got both sides, the coaches side of it, coaches that do this for a living. And then the other side of it is scouts that are scouting certain things they're told to look for. They're looking at it. They're bringing information back. Then you go out and do background checks on a guy. And I understand they're really pretty deep and thorough right now. So they've checked this guy out to make sure he doesn't have Jonathan Martin problems.
Yeah,
he
come
doesn't
on,
have
man.
Deion Jordan problems. And
hey, Joe, you know what? He might. I guess we'll find out.
I know one thing. Day one, unless he's hurt, he's going to start.
We'll see.
Wait, let me say it again. The 12th pick in the draft, day one, will start. What do you think?
I don't know, Joe. We'll see.
I'll give you one
if
better.
He can make it through camp. I don't know.
Well,
these Texas team think he's terrible.
Oh.
So the last two offensive tackles drafted over 350 pounds or bust, Joe.
We have, but again, just
I
so you know,
look, clearly the guy's not an NFL player.
This goes back to
blew
Chris, though. You guys throwing Chris in with John Eric Sullivan, and I was afraid of this, that he wouldn't get the fresh start or the benefit of the doubt, and they're just going to go Chris Greer. Chris couldn't find a guy at left tackle. He couldn't find a guy right. Actually, Chris found a really good left tackle. Patrick Paul's really good.
We got the Bain sells tickets thing multiple times, by the way.
Man, you can't do that. You
sells
cannot.
Tickets.
You cannot do
and
that.
There's no question, by the way, if they would have taken Bain, that this would have been a more celebratory morning.
Listen, I would agree.
And people would be fired up.
I would agree if you could.
And if you could have a do-over right now, I would gladly take Bain over this guy.
If you could,
all day, every day. I'd take Bain over the guy they picked.
Okay.
It's just me, but I'm not running the team, so. And they hired a new guy over there, so I think you got to, at the very least, just give him, at least a shot.
I'm guessing this guy knows a little bit more about what he's doing than you and
me?
I do.
Yeah, I would
no,
hope.
both of us. Me too. I don't sit here and break guys down, and I didn't do a mock draft on where I thought everybody was going to go for that reason. It'd be one of the most fraudulent things I've done in a life full of being a fraud. Nobody wants to do that.
It's true.
Anyway, I don't want you to start doing that either. Hey, we got
we'll
more.
do our mock draft next year. We
got,
really should do a mock draft.
No, I'm not going to do a mock draft. Maybe I'll do one with Uncle Luke. Maybe Uncle Luke and I can do one.
Just take all my.
That'd be good.
Or you could give your grades. You didn't do grades. B-.
Oh, I'm not judging.
B+.
You're taking Joe Shad. You're taking shots.
It's good stuff. B-. B-.
Why do you always take shots at Joe Shad?
It's not a shot.
Why don't
he gave the guy a B-.
Why don't you man up and say Joe Shad's name and you don't like what he does? Why don't you do that?
I didn't say I didn't like it. I just said B-.
You're afraid he'll go after you, ruin your
I'm
weekend.
terrified of him.
All right. Hey, listen, we got a lot more stuff to get to here this morning, man. We're just getting started with this crap show.
You know what? This show's been a B-.
No, it's been
been a B-.
No. This show
C+?
No, this show's been.
Don't give it a failing grade. Come on,
it's real close. This one will put your GPA below 2.
C-? D+?
This will put you at a 1.7, which I'm very familiar with. That'll put you on probation. Hey, man, I got to tell you about Recovery Unplugged. They can help you. Dr. Barry, man, thank you so much for what you do for a lot of guys out there. And I had a guy call me. I told him I wanted to get involved. I said, man, you do it. No problem. I don't need to hear about it, man. That's between you and Recovery Unplugged and Dr. Barry. Hey, man, I just want to let you know if you've been off the road a little bit, going through some hard times, a little bit of a breakup there, lose your job. There's things that set you off, man. And I get it. And you go to drugs and maybe try too much alcohol. And next thing you know, you got a little problem and now you're really in a mess. If you want your mental health to get straightened out a little bit, let's just call it a comeback season. Recovery Unplugged Behavioral Health is there to help you with a beautiful mental health residential program right here in Fort Lauderdale. They've helped over 20,000 people nationwide with expert care, music-based healing, and innovative treatments like ketamine therapy for depression, anxiety, and trauma. Make this the year you put yourself first. Call 954-737-4508 or visit recoveryunplugged.com. New year, new you. Recovery Unplugged, heal out loud.
WQAM's Whiskey, Stars, and Cigars, presented by Ed Moore Sawgrass.
137th Avenue to 87th Avenue and out of Broward. Stop and go traffic. I-595 eastbound, slow moving as you approach 136th Avenue to Nob Hill Road. That's traffic. I'm Elia Escobar on FM 1043, and you can listen to WQAM on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This report is brought to you by the Casino at Dania Beach, where the fun never stops and the parking is free. The Casino at Dania Beach has it all. Enjoy new, exciting promotions, the hottest slots, great shows, multiple dining options, live poker, and simulcast. Plus, new members can win up to $5,000 in free play. Join the fun at the Casino at Dania Beach.
All right, Joe, we're going to head back out to the Toyota of Hollywood hotline. Shop over 2,000 Toyotas on sale. One location, Toyota of Hollywood on 441 between Hollywood and Sheridan. ToyotaofHollywood.com.
All right, thank you, Woody and Omar Kelly.
Hopefully not another bloodbath here, man. It's been a rough one.
Omar, I'm a beaten up man this morning, as we say good morning to Omar. I guess you probably knew last night. You could tell that people weren't real excited about the first overall pick, especially when all of a sudden Reuben Bain is sitting there at 11 or 12 for you, and they decided to stay with the game plan with that guard tackle combination. What'd you think?
I love the fact that he had conviction about who Kadyn Proctor is. Obviously, they had him rated higher than Caleb Downs and Reuben Bain on their board. We can all agree, disagree. He's a large human. I forget what I forget who taught me that, but there are very few humans that big, that athletic, roaming the earth. We now know that John Eric Sullivan covets those. Now, will he keep his weight down? Will he not have issues with conditioning? Will he be able to play in South Florida's heat and humidity? Let's hope so. We don't know, but he's a very prideful individual. Obviously, he's made some mistakes. Sullivan said, if when these kids stub their toe, you can't hold it against them. And truthfully speaking, this whole draft process is about finding your flaws and putting a spotlight on it. Okay, if the worst thing we can say is this kid had weight issues and showed up to Alabama at 400 pounds and then got down to 252 before the draft, that's commendable. I mean, he played at 400 pounds too. So.
Yeah, no. So he is he's a big guy. So everybody wants to know, like, all of a sudden, I think this thing, and Reuben's a popular guy, man. Reuben Bain is a local guy. He grew up here. He was a great player coming out, 3 years and out at but they weren't going to change their game plan. Like John Eric Sullivan, it wasn't a thing, or I don't like we're getting a little bit of everything here today, but I think he's going to play guard right away and start. I don't think he's going to take Austin Jackson's position. What do you think?
I did find that very interesting that he said he can play all four positions. I don't see a human that big playing guard. And maybe I'm wrong. Austin Jackson has the experience and the athleticism to move inside to guard. Will he want to do that?
You think so? Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, he played it earlier in his career. When they moved him from left tackle, I think they put him at right guard.
One position has worked, and that's a right tackle with Austin.
That's true, absolutely true. But I think Austin's a different player now. Austin's learned what it takes to be successful in the NFL, and I think he's versatile enough. I mean, if you think that this guy, 6'7", 352 pounds, 6'6", 352 pounds, that's like saying Patrick Paul could play guard. I just don't see that happening. And if it should have happened, which I thought it should have happened in his rookie season, sort of the Laramie Tunsil plan, where you put a guy at guard and then you eventually move him out to tackle. If it could have happened, it should have happened. I'm curious to see how this plays out with Proctor. First thing he's got to do is come in here and in great shape and be able to survive South Florida's heat and humidity.
Well, listen, I found out when I came here, I'm going back and I grew up and I'm in the Bay Area and I'm working out at 60 degrees every day, no humidity. I came back, I was puking for a few days, even though you think you're in shape, you're not. Don't you think and I got to be careful because we did have an offensive lineman that just didn't get in shape and finally, Brian Flores had enough. And we were out there. I think you were out there today, and he's just ripping him going across.
Solomon Kinley?
Yes.
Yeah.
Solomon just couldn't lose weight.
Yeah, because he couldn't put the food down.
That's a guy that's a guy I thought of last night.
Yes, I thought of him as well.
And I don't think I don't think he's going to do that. I think. Listen, he got a lot of money. He's going to have a lot of money when he gets his signing bonus. But I believe that his ass going to get in shape and want to play. He's going to start. By the way, the worst thing, you want to talk about a bad look for the coaching staff and the GM. We get ready for game one, and he's a backup to the no way, no shot.
I don't necessarily know if they should force the issue. I think
you don't have that many good. I mean, that many guys. Like
you're true. You're telling the truth.
Savaianaya is like we got to find out. Still, we haven't seen it enough. And Sawyer's, by the way, I'm not counting him out. I think he's got a chance. He got a lot of experience. And
can you imagine Patrick Paul and Proctor playing together on the same side? I'm not even sure Malik Willis could see over the offensive line at that point. Like
Intuit could do that thing I can't see over the top. It would make sense then. Yeah. You could say that. I had to get Woody. I had to get that one in. Only what he threw to his left, man.
He was honest, and he told you he throws the spots, man. Like he never lied to you. He's like, I can't see the field. I throw the spots.
Yeah. Throw to a spot. All right. Well, he'll throw to some spots in his new home now in Atlanta. Hey, let's talk about the other guy real quickly here too. Yeah. Chris Johnson also getting blasted today. San Diego State doesn't play against anybody in that low Division I called I don't know what it's called now. Started to make it up.
Listen, they have the athletic profiles. They have the makeup. These guys, I think they spend. I remember I asked one time, and Steve Ross probably spends about $5 million a year scouting and evaluating players. Yeah. So if that's who you want and that's who you like, and he can play nickel, he's got size, he's got athleticism, the athletic profile is there. If that you had the opportunity to pick from a lot of cornerbacks that people projected as a first rounder. Chris Johnson was not projected as a first rounder. You even traded up to go get him, worried and concerned that somebody else was going to get him. These guys do a lot of work. They're on the phone a lot. They do a lot of research. They know who is hot on their players. If that's who you felt like you needed to go get, more power to you. Now, let's hope that they can play. Like I say the same thing about Reuben Bain. I'm glad he's in Tampa because we're going to get an up close and personal look whether or not Reuben Bain is the player that we all believe that he is. I thought Reuben would have been a great pick for Miami just because he knows what it takes to be successful in this community. And he would be ultra motivated. Okay, well, now that Tampa has that, I'm still going to follow Reuben Bain wherever he goes. What I'm hopeful for is that this Proctor kid is somebody who is going to end up with a $100 million contract in 5 years, because if not, then I'm always going to compare him to Caleb Downs. And I'm not a huge Caleb Downs fan, so I didn't care about the Dallas trade up to go get him.
No, the Reuben Bain thing's going to be thrown because it was down here. He's going to be thrown in the face of Eric Sullivan. Yeah. They're going to be watching to see which guy has a better career, the offensive lineman or a pass rusher on the outside. Listen, we do know one thing. Reuben Bain's really good against the run, man. He kick on the other side. You ain't doing a lot of stuff outside with them. We would not have that conversation.
That's why I thought he would have been a successful player here. But I knew Reuben was going to slide just because you can't have 30 and a half inch arms and think you're going to be a top 5, top 10 pick. This whole process is about finding your warts and putting a spotlight on it. I knew he was going to slide. I hoped he was going to be available for the Dolphins, and he was. They just chose to go elsewhere. And more power to them. They do the research. Let's just hope this Eric Sullivan is actually good at evaluating talent.
Yeah. Did he have a pretty good idea when he made that pick that the popularity of Reuben? I mean, they can't worry about that because this is not. It had to be in the conversation. It had to be a conversation. Yeah. Because
I mean,
you guys asked questions. He kind of was answering about some of those guys that he drafted. And
yes, I mean, it had to be in the conversation in the draft room. Like, you are going to lose all of your benefit of the doubt points
right off the bat.
Right off the bat, like,
people, he's getting Chris Greered right now. I mean,
yeah,
I can't stop the bleeding.
Yeah,
I go, it's a fresh start. Give him a minute. No, we've done this in our offensive line. We can't. And they go, I go, he ain't got he barely been here to get. You can't him yet. He barely been here.
Yeah. I mean, the one factor that I think is, we talked about this yesterday. There was going to be a run on offensive tackles.
He did.
They knew that you didn't get one early. You probably weren't going to get one. I guess they clearly felt like they needed one, and they needed Proctor. I mean, because they could have chose a couple. They could have chose Vega as offensive lineman. But that's my thing. If Proctor is going to play guard, why wouldn't you just go get the really good guard in the Penn State kid?
Because this is bigger than that. This is a guard / going to be a tackle at some point when he gets comfortable. I believe he's going to start at guard. I really do, and he's going to end up at tackle. And hey, if that doesn't motivate Austin Jackson to play his ass off, because Patrick Paul's not going anywhere, to motivate him to and this Austin's last year. Hey man, I like him. I hope it works out. And he's got to stay healthy, as you know, and that's the big knock. But that guy's playing, man. I got news for you. 11 and 27 are going to start
if he can handle the conditioning. Yeah, sure. And he's 12 now. He's 12. He's not. He's 12.
What did I say? 11. I meant 12.
Yeah. I mean, the whole trading up.
Why I talked 11 for so long. Thank you.
Yeah. I love the fact that they got 13 draft picks and then they traded them away. So it'll be.
Is that girl calling you right there? Was that girl checking in on you?
No.
Hey, Uncle Luke's all fired up today too, Omar. Like he's on a roll too on this.
Listen, Uncle Luke did say something on Twitter that I had never thought about. The Shamar Moores, the coach at Michigan State. All of those guys, all of the African-American coaches who were cheating on their wives, they got fired. And Mike Vrabel did not get fired. And I never thought about that. There were like 3 African-American coaches on a high college level who were having affairs with employees, I guess, and maybe that's a factor in it. And they got fired. And Mike Vrabel, I know the NFL is not going to fire Mike Vrabel. That's an internal matter. If you start,
by the way, they would have if he would have had 4 wins, they would have done it. But he had 17 wins. You're probably right.
Yeah.
He had 17 wins. He was coach of the year. This is a coach of the year story.
He's a very good coach. You fire him, he'll be back. Now, it's very wow.
I wouldn't even talk to that one. Luke's just fired up about this whole Reuben thing and Dolphins.
Oh yeah, I mean. He's going to be. He should be. I think all of South Florida did. John Eric Sullivan did not do himself any favors. Bottom
but
line.
But you do agree. And listen, I love this kid.
Yeah.
But he's got to do what he thinks best for the organization. He can't. This ain't a popularity contest. You got to do what you think's best for your team. He's been saying that, preaching that for over a month or two.
He's waited 22 years to put himself in this position to be able to build a football team. If this is who you want to build it with, more power to you. But as I consistently say, in 3 years, I'm going to be evaluating where this organization is. And
I don't disagree.
Omar,
I'm with
you. And what you've done, it will show in wins and losses.
Yeah, that poor kid hadn't even signed that contract, and he got this whole place.
Yeah,
it's fire. And I knew when I left the party last night, had me a little tequila, took off, and I was like, "Oh, hell's breaking loose." I could just tell.
Yeah, no, you know it. I know it too. I wrote a column about it. It's. I mean, you made yourself public enemy number 1 in South Florida by not picking Reuben Bain, and we got to understand that this.
I'll tell you another one. What if he would have taken him and Maui Noah was still there? Can you imagine how bad that would have been?
Yeah, but I think
that one.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Maui Noah. I don't know where you were, where I was. It's Maui Noah, right, Joe? Right, it's Maui Noah. Now I don't know if they were just saying Maui Noah. That everybody's like Maui Noah tonight, right? Is there a chance? Because we had Kyle on, and he said there's a chance both these guys are going to slide, and I was thinking, oh boy, Maui Noah's there.
Should have just lost a few more games. That wouldn't have been an issue.
Yeah.
Listen,
did Luke really compare the Vrabel situation to the Sharon Moore at Michigan? Is that the one you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, Michigan State, and I think there was a third African American coach, and he's.
I mean, the stories are not at all similar, right? Like the Michigan and the Vrabel. The stories are not. They're not even close. They're not comparable. It's not an apples to apples.
Because they had.
He's got sentenced to probation because he threatened the woman, and there was like a whole. And not only that, but she worked for the team.
Yeah, a little different.
So anyway, but let's not include all
I don't
the
know
facts.
I don't know how that is if like.
I also, by the way, I think Vrabel should be fired. I think
right.
he should be fired just for the way that he's handled this thing. He is such a moron.
By the way,
and the people he's got around him are even bigger morons.
He has gotten some really bad advice.
He has.
Days. Like when you're the big story on the day one of the draft and it's about you banging somebody.
Did he talk yesterday too? Did he go out and answer more questions?
I don't know.
He is such a loser.
He talked yesterday, and basically
unbelievable loser.
He's taking
imagine that
shot
group of crisis management people that he's got around him that said, "Hey, take off the third day of the draft. No one will notice."
By the way, Woody, stay out of this one. I want you out of this one, but Omar and I are familiar with this one. Hey, Omar. This tells me Mama's not real happy at home. That's all I could think of.
No.
This has nothing to do with the owner, has nothing to do with the fan base. This has to do with Mama and a little bit of the boys back in the Mama.
You got to miss day 3 of the draft to do counseling? Like, word? Like,
that's a good sign when you're trying to save something.
He's got bad people giving him instructions.
When you're trying to get a last-second save. See, you already decided you weren't. And mine was not savable. But I don't know about yours, but it's like, let me just try to save this thing. That's how I was looking at it. I don't know what you were thinking.
They're also not going to fire him because he's good at his job. So
I just said he won 17 games.
You know how the NFL goes.
He was coach of the year and won 17 games. They won 4 the year before. He improved by 13 games.
That whole
He have
situation.
to do a lot more than go to a hotel and
look who would have to do the firing too. So it's like, come on now, Robert.
That whole situation and how both parties handled it is just a PR nightmare.
We need to find out who his crisis management firm is because they got to be the biggest losers going. I mean, they have given this guy the absolute worst information and plan of attack for this thing. What a joke.
Yeah, I mean, but they came out and they denied it, and here comes
we went from laughable to I need counseling.
Omar, 3 most powerful pictures that ever come out. There's no videos are by themselves, but 3 pictures that come out, 1 in the pool, 2 up on top, watching, overseeing it.
The bar 6 years ago, kissing her. Oh my God! Like, listen,
did that look like a friendship kiss to you, Omar?
No, it was not a friendship kiss. And
you realize how wild this story's gotten? The kid's name is Michael.
Yeah,
You know that the kid's name is Mike.
And people have
her kid's name is Mike.
People have her in Tennessee 9 months.
She sent out a weird tweet like, "I'm looking at my son Mike right now. I wonder what coach he reminds me of," or something like that. You see that tweet?
I did see that tweet. People have her.
What the hell's going on with her?
Well, they think the kid belongs to.
Oh, stop. Jeez, man.
I just want to know who hired the PI investigator. The PI investigator's got to put a name to this.
Twitter's a cesspool, and they will get to the bottom.
By the way, that does feel like somebody hired somebody to go out and do a little private work. You're right. Hey, Omar, thanks, man. You made me feel. You gave me a little therapy today because
goodbye, Omar.
It's a little nasty in here right now on a Friday. You got a long day, huh? Big day. We got to find a couple starters, and then we'll see how good they are.
Absolutely. Hopefully, they find some defensive ends. Not they passed on the one that we actually like.
Now you got to bring it up. Boy, you're a bad guy, man. Goodbye, Omar.
Bye.
Omar Kelly from the Miami Herald, just rocking and rolling here with us today. He did take it though a little lighter, so it was good. Hey,
you can always talk. Hey, man, things going bad. You just bring up Vrabel. He's story that keeps on.
By the way, came in this morning. That's what those guys were talking about overnight.
Whoever he's got giving him advice. Oh my God, man! What are you doing? He talked yesterday. What is he doing? Just go away.
I didn't realize it.
Just go hide.
I thought that was from a couple days ago. That was fresh stuff.
I think it was. Because he was not in his little vest thing that he always wears.
At least we had a couple of wild things happen, so nobody around here is talking about it right now. we got some other things. They're going to talk about Reuben than that. All right, hey, listen, we got more stuff to get to. Man, hurricane season's right around the corner. Protect your home with Loctite Impact windows, doors, and roofing. Boy, I tell you what, Chev, you're right, man. He wanted to say, Joe, let people know that we have 100% financing, 0 down for windows, doors, and roofing. And Loctite Impact windows, doors, and roofing, no interest, no payments for a year. By the way, roofing part of the company, tile, shingle, metal flat, they do it all. And repairs 24/7. Roof repairs, call anytime, they'll be there. It's about great service and always has been. Impact windows as low as $6 per month per window installed. Don't wait for the next storm. Loctite Impact services the whole South Florida area, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. They do all the permits, HOA approvals. It's a one-stop shop, man. You sign the contract, get out of the way and let them go to work for you. Loctite Impact is a licensed and insured contractor. Hey, they're ready to help you do great work for you. And the official Dolphins windows door partner as well, with a lot of other things. You can't beat them. And I want to let you know, all you got to do is go to LoctiteImpact.com, LoctiteImpact.com, or call 954-500-LOCK. They got a great staff ready to help you today.
WQ
was the moment we needed the most. You kick up the leaves and the magic is lost. Tell me your blue skies fade to gray. Tell me your passion's gone away. And I don't need no carrying on. You stand in the light just to hear the new love. You're faking a smile with the coffee to go.
Welcome back.
That's for you, John Eric Sullivan. You bum.
Oh,
You screwed us.
we got to call John Eric Sullivan. Go do us a favor. Just ask that we'll have a fan, and we'll have fans.
You know how many jerseys you could have sold? You idiot.
Yeah, that's what he's worried about. He said, "How long is that going to last? Is that going to be like the Tua deal?"
By the way, if there was ever a day for you, well, you're not you, but me, I am not opening my phone probably till Monday.
I'm not either.
To open up any of these social media apps.
I'll bet you
There's a lot
night,
of vicious stuff happening.
Now listen, all I have is my phone. I don't get into social media stuff because, I don't need somebody telling me that I'm a big jerky.
Oh, it's going to be nasty out there. Luke's got a podcast apparently, so it's going down today, man.
But I got to tell you, and I got them coming in, and I got to tell you that all of them, and I should say their names, but I'm not looking to see. I see you've sent me a message from law firms to hospitals.
You don't want trouble, Joe.
To everything else in my life.
Get along.
But everybody got an opinion on last night. Everybody got an opinion. Everybody. John Eric Sullivan, I just want to welcome you as the new general manager to the Miami Dolphins. And your first night.
I think the reasonable opinion this morning, the opinion I have at least, is I would have rather have taken Reuben Bain with that pick. With that being said,
I thought you were going to play the results of
I still think we should give this guy a shot to have his, it's his draft. Let him operate.
So this is his job, the general manager, and all this work and the millions and millions of dollars in the budget they put together with scouts and flights and food and to go back and check and all the guys visiting, the 30 guys that get the visits, and which, by the way, all those guys got one of the visit that we've been talking about. 2 guys from UM, obviously, they know very well. And a guy from Alabama, they know very well. Kadyn Proctor, they didn't just throw that out of the rear end last night. They knew he was on the list, and he believed after looking at all that stuff. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's just a fact. And he said, I don't do popularity contests because Reuben Bain wins that every day of the week. Hell, Reuben Bain may be the best player of the group too. But he said Kadyn Proctor is a difference maker on the offensive line. He was high on our list. I don't know if he was asked. I was going to ask Omar, and I totally forgot. If all 3 guys were there, Fano, Maui, Noah, and Proctor, who goes first of the group? And I don't know if they asked that question or if he would even answered.
He should just walk in with his board.
But it's not just that, but hey, people aren't excited about Chris Johnson at 27.
Nope.
I keep saying 30. At 27 from San Diego State.
Well, I don't know who he is. Do you?
Yeah, because I
didn't evaluate him.
I saw him on the list of 5 or 6 guys, that top 5 or 6 guys.
He wasn't part of my film study.
Neither
was the Alabama guy, though, in fairness.
You're in rare form today, by the way.
I just wanted Reuben because he's a Hurricane.
Oh, no.
Just like everyone else.
Hey, look at Reuben Bain.
Pretty simple.
Reuben Bain getting introduced the first game.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Pass rush defensive end would have been good for business, yes. But these guys
winning games would also be good for business.
Yeah, that would be real good for business too. And I'm not saying we don't need a pass rusher. We do need that. That's up there at the top of the priority list too. Even though we couldn't get to it last night, they went cover corner, and they went help Malik Willis last night and the offensive line. Which, listen,
someone said pretty sure Aikman didn't consult that pick. Another one. So who will our next GM be?
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, listen, the last guy got 9 years. I'm guessing he'll get more than first day of the draft.
I didn't see anyone give the Dolphins an F grade. Someone said that on there. I didn't see an F.
An F grade?
I saw B-.
Why would they
B
get
minus is good where
why
I
would
come
you
from.
Why would you get an F? Like, why?
Fail.
No, why would you get an F, though? I know why, but you can't. What?
Because the guy can't play.
So so everybody knows he can't play?
Yeah. After Beavis and Butthead get fired, then we hire Vrabel after he gets fired. There you go. Vrabel's going to survive.
Even Vrabel, by the way, yes, he is. He's going to have the weekend. I think he starts today. Is he start today
No.
or tomorrow?
The third day of the draft. Was
Saturday.
Not that important.
He's all right, honey. Let's get out of here for a few days. Get the boys. We got to
Yeah.
spend some time together. That's a weird one, man. By the way, what about her side of things? What's going on there?
I don't know. You think Florio hates the pick too?
I don't know. You think he's going to jump on the hurricane thing today too? I don't know.
Well, this was supposed to be a fun day.
What is a fun day? We're still together and have jobs. It's a good day. Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk's going to join us at 9:15. There was actually kind of they talked about all the moves. Hell, we made 2 of the moves last night with both our picks.
Somebody said all I hear is he takes plays off.
But by the way, if that's all you hear, then you're a dumbass. Seriously. If that's all you hear.
Hey, don't be mean to these guys. They're texting and maybe he's got sources.
Wait a second.
Maybe he knows
all I hear about
Alabama
him,
staffers.
I don't hear. I love when everybody brings up negative, but never the fact that he must have something.
And he's already got an endorsement deal with Ozempic, apparently. Someone just said. So there you go. So he's in business.
That's not funny.
Well, you are the one that might have an issue with this.
I just, for
You've
the
been
record,
known to weight shame on occasion.
I have not done the Ozempic thing, and I've been accused of it. Very hurtful. Very hurtful.
Really?
Because I did naturally.
Oh.
Anyway, can we go to break? You want to talk about Michael Kotze at Choice Mortgage for just a second? I do. I want to tell you, man, if you're looking to get a mortgage, want to get the lowest rates, maybe you're a first-time home buyer, and how would you like to know you're going to get the best rates, very little money down, and get that home, get pre-approved, and get yourself in the ball game to get that home you really want. Now's a good time to do it. And I want to let you know this too, debt consolidation, you need cash. HOA costs are killing you, insurance rising, all those things, especially if you live in a condo and you go, what the hell happened? Everything's going up. No, we got to pay for that. We all got to chip in. Oh, my God, it's crazy. Well, Michael Kotze said a lot of people now are using their credit cards at 18, 19%, and that doesn't work every month. Before you know it, you're in debt way over your head, and you got a problem. So Michael Kotze can help you out of that. Reverse mortgage is more popular than ever. If you and your spouse are 62 or older, you qualify for that one. I just want to let you know, go to Google Reviews on the web, Choice Mortgage Reviews. If you want somebody that's got 30 years of experience, get you approved real quickly, go to Google Reviews on the web. It's Choice Mortgage Reviews, saying a lot of great things about Michael Kotze at Choice Mortgage. The man has no life. He works 7 days a week. You can call or text him 561-441-2730. That's 561-441-2730, MLS 166254. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. He's an equal housing lender.
infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment,
Your case personally. Have a partner with his name on the door.
AM Miami, an Odyssey sports station. The home of champions. Home of the 5-time national champion Miami Hurricanes. The back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. The 3-time NBA champion Miami Heat. Miami Hurricanes basketball. And now, the new home of the 2-time World Series winner Miami Marlins.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This update is brought to you by Doral Volkswagen. You always pay less your Pricito at Doral Volkswagen. Visit us at Doral Volkswagen or DoralVolkswagen.com. Starting with the Dolphins, who selected Alabama offensive tackle Kadyn Proctor after trading back from 11 to 12. Miami then traded up from 30 to 27 to take San Diego State cornerback Chris Johnson. And the Canes had 3 players taken in the first round. Francisco Mauigoa went 10th to the Giants. Reuben Bain went 15th to the Bucks. And Akeem Mesidor went 22nd to the Chargers. Rounds 2 and 3 of the draft will be tonight. And over to baseball, the Marlins will be in San Francisco to begin a 3-game series with the Giants. The first pitch is at 10:15. The game can be heard here on WQAM. And tonight, the Canes will welcome in Cal for a 3-game series. Tonight's first pitch is at 7 from Mark Light. The Joe Rose Show continues now.
Taste of some of these big guys coming out hitting them. Like, all right, you think you're going to run around our guy? How about if you get a little taste of Landon Dickerson coming right down your throat?
The throw to Ayuk inside, touchdown. Samuel leading the way. Ayuk comes inside of him.
Oh, man. I usually said I got to say it.
We needed that.
Nothing can mess up
Oh, I don't know.
a 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. But I'll tell you what, people have tried today. People have tried today. This is,
by the way, I got to tell you, and we get like firsthand here. So this is like the angriest I have seen the fan base in quite some time.
I think we got to blame Chris Greer.
Well, anyone can get it today, apparently.
Nobody's safe around here.
You've been
Nobody's
taking a
safe.
beating.
That's all right. It's fine. I get it.
Company man.
Company man.
Company man, Harold.
Company man. Company man. Team tells you what to say. Well, you and John Eric Sullivan. Go get him, John Eric Sullivan, man. I'm believing there, brother. Go get him. Go. Got picks today. Go get him, man. 43, 75, 87, and 94. And
You think they should even show up for the rest of the draft?
Yeah.
Or should he just go to counseling?
No.
I think the guy's already out. I mean,
we
he's
got
done.
general manager counseling now.
Oh,
Like,
he's
all
done.
right, come on.
Listen, man, you screwed it up. You're out. Is there anyone else left over there that can make picks?
No, we're gonna let him finish.
Oh, we're gonna let him. All right.
We're gonna let him.
He gets one draft.
Gonna let him finish this up. We're gonna have Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk coming up here in a few minutes, and we'll talk to him about everything going on here, including John Eric Sullivan's first night here. And
Do you think they're aware?
Yes.
I need to talk about this with Omar. Do you think they are aware of the outrage that the
Yes.
fan base is
Yes.
spewing right now?
yes,
Do you think they care?
yes, but no.
I mean, I know that they can't care, but
So I got to tell you, the standard
Oh,
line in
jeez.
all of sports, you cannot let fans make your picks. You got to do what you do for a living. We get the information and we decide who we like, or we got a team that's really good in our backyard and we want you to take some of their players.
Seems like Reuben would have been such an easy pick at that spot too, right?
Yes.
Just such an easy.
It would have.
Everyone would have been happy.
Hey, listen. Probably if you're to go back and you're going, you can have any one of the three of these guys. Had have been close. Still might have been Maui Noah, but Reuben Bain was going to get because he's a local.
Yeah.
He grew up here. It would have been. And listen, I think he's really disappointed. I was told that he was very disappointed he didn't get drafted here.
Well, he shouldn't be. He's going to a good team.
He is.
Tampa's pretty good.
That's a real good team and a really
pretty
good
close up the road, not too far. Tampa's
Not
a nice
far.
city.
Not far. Mom and dad can go that way.
We got
and
Burns over there. Burns
he
is
can
good.
come to- all right, whatever. Don't
You
get
don't
in
like
the whole
Burns?
Burns thing again.
Oh, you've never been,
you're in
right?
school. I have been.
I'm just trying to change the subject a little bit here, man. It's
Jeez.
getting ugly in here.
But John Eric Sullivan's got to pick the guys he thinks best. He can't, okay, hey, you might take a little bit of a hit if you don't take Reuben now that he's fallen to you.
Well, he's taking a lot of bit of a hit.
And by the way, so what? What's he supposed to do? Can I trade now with Tampa Bay? He likes the guy he has, obviously.
I hope he's right.
But I bet he's going, hey, Kadyn Proctor, yes, better be in shape. You're asking to weigh in every day, and you better be see you around camp.
You realize if this guy comes in overweight or whatever and can't play, and Reuben goes and just destroys it in Tampa Bay, this guy will never recover from that. He will never recover from that.
Like Kadyn Proctor is like a six man, is not starting. He's just a
Yeah.
backup, and Reuben's got 14 sacks.
Yeah.
and Rookie of the year.
You know that. This guy will never recover from that.
That'd be a tough one, yeah.
That'd be like taking Tua before Herbert.
Yeah, but not everybody was aboard on that. That was kind of a 50-50 deal because we had a lot of people all in on
Yeah, this
Tua
is
Dua.
more like a 99% to 1. I haven't seen one person that thinks that this was the right pick.
Again, this guy's in our backyard. He's a UM guy, and he played really well.
Mm-hmm.
And the world got to see him play great in the playoffs the last 4 games or 5 games. So
I think the
did
new
not
GM deserves a shot.
Well,
and
thanks,
a little bit of
Woody.
a benefit of the doubt.
Woody, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I really would have liked to have had Bain, but
Well, keep saying that, then everybody will leave your little skinny ass alone over in there. Nobody will bother you. So just
I think
go
you
with
feel
that
the
line.
same way, though. I think you feel the same way. I'm not trying to kiss anyone's ass here, but I do think you feel the same way.
I do, but I also am getting tired of hearing about the offensive line problems. And if we got the guy, and we've been talking, what have we talked about before?
I think you
last
care more
night?
about the offensive line than
I do.
to give you the Chris Greer line. You're more worried about it than we are, Joe.
Yeah, no. I don't think anybody. I love this one too because
I did say that to you during the break. They have been trying to figure out the offensive line for as long as I've been
forever
working with you here.
Hey, we got to go to Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk, so we'll take you can't win. And then you get Reuben. They're going, what are you going to do in the offensive line? When are you going to take care of it? Why didn't you draft the guy? They're gone. They're gone, man. They're gone. We'll be right back.
We're recapping round 1 of the Dolphins draft today. Lots to talk
in apps.
It is time to head back out to the Toyota of Hollywood Hotline. Shop over 2,000 Toyotas on sale. One location, Toyota of Hollywood on 441 between Hollywood and Sheridan. ToyotaofHollywood.com, Joe.
All right, thank you. And we bring him in, Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. And Mike, I know you're not down here in South Florida, but it was a little bit of a bloodbath last night. I'm not going to lie to you. Eric Sullivan has Reuben Bain in town, the most popular college football player we have, born and raised down here in Dade County. They didn't take him. They go with Kadyn Proctor, and our fan base is about as fired up as I can remember that they let Reuben Bain go to Tampa Bay a couple of picks later. That was last night. Wow.
Well, and look, the draft is the time where folks have to set aside those storylines and allegiances and loyalties and familiarities and understand that the team is making decisions both in the short-term and long-term interest of the franchise. They need a capable offensive line if the offense is going to perform at the level that they need it to. And they made the pick that they thought would be best for the team, irrespective of whether or not they left on the board a guy that the fans know. And you just have to, you have to trust it. And look, we don't know how these picks are going to go.
That's correct.
The first day of the draft has evolved into hashtag everything is awesome. No one ever even points out the basic fact that anywhere from a third to the half of the guys who get picked last night aren't going to work out. I think teams are skewing towards safer selections, frankly, in round one, because there is no guarantee that if you draft a guy who you put on the shelf for a year, it's going to save your job for the year after that. You need players who can contribute right away. The Dolphins need players who can contribute right away. With $99.2 million in dead money to be absorbed over the next 2 years from the Tua Tagovailoa contract, they need players who can play to move down a spot and get 2 fifth-round picks, young, cheap players.
Right.
Even if you only hit on one of those guys who becomes a regular contributor, that's what they need right now. So have faith. There is reason to be optimistic about the Dolphins. I'd be far more excited about the Eric Sullivan, Jeff Hafley combination than I would be about taking a chance on Reuben Bain. And you are taking a chance. These short arms, that's real. Look at the issue last year with Will Campbell, the 4th overall pick, the tackle that the Patriots took. There were questions about his arms. And as the season unfolded, and I know the excuse is he had a knee injury, but he got swallowed up in the Super Bowl by the Seahawks pass rush. So those measurables do mean something, or they wouldn't be regarded as important. Now, a lot of times it's a way to cover your butt in the event the player doesn't work out. Oh, he checked all the boxes analytically. Well, okay, fine. But the point is this: have faith, and you should be excited. And it's okay that the guy who played in Miami isn't going to play in Miami. I mean, hell, you let Mendoza go. So you let him go to Indiana. You didn't want him at the U. So you'll process it and you'll deal with it. It's far better to lay the foundation for a team that could be moving in the right direction. That's the thing fans should be excited about.
I got to say this to you too, Mike, and I think we've done this before. It seems like about this time every year. So those mock drafts, and everybody's got them at NFL Network and ESPN, and they come out with them, and if they don't match up, fan bases see that, and they're getting all lathered up about those top couple of names they see on TV on the NFL shows every night. And so they don't see Kadyn Proctor on there, and they see Fano and Maui Noah, and that's all they're seeing for guard tackle guys. And now they're going, where the hell did this guy come from? And it just stirs up. And I think it's good for business overall, but it can be rough on general managers when they're making picks, right?
Well, yeah, but the teams can't let themselves be influenced.
No way. You're exactly right. Yes.
By what people who don't work in the league and who are shaping their mock drafts. There's 2 different ways to do a mock draft. One, you scout all the players and you create your own board and you come up with your own conclusions with information that is far less complete and far less detailed than what the teams can do. So you're going to go out and you're going to act as a one-person scouting department.
Right.
And you're going to come up with a board that's as good or better than the board that a team comes up with. I mean, look, the reality is anybody in the media who is going to try to do that, if they were good enough to do it, they'd be working for a team, right?
Yes.
Remember when Mike Mayock, the draft guru at NFL Network, when he went to the Raiders and took Cleveland Farrell with the 4th overall pick? Everybody's like, what the hell? It's very different when you're gathering information from people you know and piecing together what you think is going to happen, because that's how mock drafts usually are made. It's based on information. And when a guy is rising up the boards, that just means that the people who make the mock drafts were wrong, and now they're learning how wrong they were. And there's always a chance that a team is going to feel differently about a player than what anyone says publicly. When Patrick Mahomes went 10th overall in 2017, Mitchell Trubisky was the 2nd overall pick that year. And no one lost their minds about Trubisky being 2nd overall because the people who loved Patrick Mahomes kept their mouths shut. So don't allow yourself. I ignore the mock drafts. We do one every year just because when in Rome. I almost didn't do one this year. But they don't
They
mean
get a lot of
anything.
clicks, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, business is still business. But,
Right.
but you know, I'm not going to do 7 versions. I'm not going to update. I'm not, you know, the pre-free agency mock draft is ridiculous because so many needs are addressed or created by way of where players sign. It changes everything.
Right.
So it is part of the broader ecosystem where people are so damn anxious. It's like looking for your Christmas presents. You know, when I was a kid, I had a bad habit of snooping around the house trying to find I want to find my Christmas presents before Christmas morning. This is a time where, and the longer I do this, the more I realize it. I hate the pre-draft run. I hate it. Is pointless. Let's just get to Christmas morning. And I was excited last night when the draft started. I still love that part of it. But it's okay to hate all of the noise, all of the clicks, all of the conversation, all of the mock drafts. There are so many of them out there now. And for every move that a guy nails, he also gets one flat wrong. So, and you don't know ahead of time. And nobody knows ahead of the time which one of these guys is going to work out and which one doesn't. And by the time we know, everyone's moved on. That's the thing. We never look in the rearview mirror at how a draft went. We never go back 3 years.
No.
Sometimes there's some cursory stuff. Everybody's always thinking, what's next? Because it's all about selling hope. The NFL has perfected this craft of using the draft as a way to sell hope. Don't let your hopes be dashed because your team didn't take the guy that you were hoping they would take.
Yeah. Hey, we got a bunch of other stuff. So this Ty Simpson last night, a little surprise myself, biggest surprise for me. And we thought Ty Simpson was kind of the wild card for this whole thing and where he might go. Goes to the Rams, 13th pick, and I'm in the back. Woody's showing me Sean McVay in his press conference didn't look very happy, or am I reading into something else that happened there sitting next to his GM?
Sean McVay is a guy who stays in character almost all the time, but when he breaks character, it is jarring. He did it after they lost to the Seahawks on that Thursday night in December on that crazy 2-point play where Terry McCauley called in to tell the league office, hey, you may want to take a closer look at this. That may have been a lateral, not a forward pass. And the next thing you know, 2 points get awarded to the Seahawks, and we got a completely different complexion down the stretch of that game. McVay was not his usual Sean McVay, the very carefully cultivated, name repetition, smiling. You know, he was upset. Last night, he looked upset. And I'll go next level. This is the only way that this was not a problematic, dysfunctional pick by the Rams where, and think about this, you've got a guy who is the ultimate quarterback whisperer, and they know they're going to need a successor to Matthew Stafford at some point. And they're going to overrule Sean McVay. The organization is going to overrule him to take a guy that maybe he didn't want, and they're going to expect Sean McVay to work with a guy that maybe he didn't want. But that sure is the impression that was created. The next level explanation is, here's the next level. And I don't know that Sean McVay is capable of pulling this off. And if he is, he's in the right town, but he's in the wrong industry. Maybe he was playing the part, good cop, bad cop. Maybe he was acting pissed off as a courtesy to Matthew Stafford. Because this is the first time that I can think of, and I need to do the research at some point, but I have a feeling the answer is going to be this has never happened before, that the reigning league MVP had his replacement picked in round 1 of the next draft. You know, they did it to Aaron Rodgers, but he wasn't the MVP in 2019.
That's right.
He became the MVP the next 2 years because he was pissed off about what happened.
Right.
But maybe McVay was acting upset as an olive branch to Matthew Stafford. Now, again, that's next level, and that's hard to pull off. It seemed real. It seemed genuine. It seemed that Sean McVay was unable to contain his frustration with the fact that he got overruled. And it's different if you do it to a defensive coordinator who's the head coach. This is a premier evaluator and coach of quarterbacks.
One of the best.
And if he didn't want Ty Simpson and they took him, man, and hey, here's the other side of it. And this is something we talked about on PFC Live today. The Seahawks and the 49ers were ecstatic that the Rams took Ty Simpson. Because this is a Super Bowl ready team. They get the 13th pick that they fell into because of the James Pierce trade last year with the Falcons, when the Falcons gave up this year's number 1 pick to get back into the first round to get Pierce.
Oh.
So this is a team that was the second best team in the league. And they get the 13th pick. And the 49ers were scared crapless over what the Rams were going to emerge from the first round with. They were thrilled that the Rams took a guy who, if all things go well, he's not going to play this year, and maybe not next year.
You know, Mike, the other thing is I was watching the GM while he had that look. I went back and I said, oh, yeah. GM's like, oh, man, my head coach is not very happy with that pick. And I hope we get through this because I know what the story's going to be. But anyway, the other thing I got to get.
Don't you work all that out ahead of time, though?
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yes. Should never happen.
Sean McVay's attitude almost suggested he was caught flat-footed by it. Like, I don't know. I just assumed McVay ran the show out there.
I did too.
Les Snead was hired to be the guy who set the table for Jeff Fisher, and Les Snead has managed to survive for like 15 years as the GM of the Rams. I thought he was the guy who set the table for Sean McVay. That's the other side of this that's so damn confusing.
Hey, Mike, I got to ask you about Vrabel. I know it's been going on forever. It never ends. Has this thing, in your opinion, been a PR disaster for the team, for him, and everything else? Because all it does is now the dude was definitely cheating. He's spending time with his wife trying to get this thing right and making family more important than his team. He's trying to – how do you read into this, especially the friggin' timing around this draft?
Joe, there will be university programs that offer advanced degrees in public communications and crisis management that will be using this as a case study for decades to come. Because this has been a debacle from the get-go. Think about it. It's been 17 days now. For any story to last in this day and age, 17 days, it's like 17 years.
Yeah.
And how did everyone react initially? Nothing to see here. Mike Vrabel, laughable, deserves no further response. That's what he said. Diana Rossini, strong denial, strident, doubled down in a resignation letter. It's a media creation, unmoored from the facts. And then the drip, drip, drip. And yesterday was the tipping point when the New York Post put out the photos of them together at a bar in March of 2020 in New York. That's when my phone blew up with people in the league. And it's like, don't you guys have a draft tonight? Like, why are you calling me to talk for 20 minutes about what this all means and how we got here? But that's how badly it's been handled. Wow. It's been handled poorly by the Patriots. They did that weird little, on Monday, they told their reporters we're going to have 2 players available to you. They didn't even name who the players were. And then Mike Vrabel shows up with his 2.5-minute statement, wouldn't take questions on the side about the situation. And then the stuff that unfolded Wednesday night into Thursday morning when he announced he's not going to be there for day 3. Elliot Wolf, the VP of Player Personnel, spoke to reporters last night, and he was asked, what does it mean to not have Mike Vrabel in the draft room for the third day of the draft, round 4 through 7? Leadership, presence, and also, and I hadn't thought of this, he's a tremendous recruiter of undrafted free agents. He's not going to be there to get on the phone with guys and say all the things that a Mike Vrabel can say to a player to get him to take a contract as an undrafted player to come play for the Patriots. They're not going to have that.
Wow.
And see, and that's the thing. That's when this goes from, okay, it's a personal matter. It's not a football story. Don't talk about it. ESPN did everything they could to minimize this story. Once that happens, I mean, it's still the biggest story in football, and it's going to continue to survive this draft. And, you know, it's a media feeding frenzy now. TMZ reportedly passed on the initial photos. Now they're posting photos. I think people are looking through their phones, anything they may have, anything out there, any evidence to support. And it just keeps going and going. And then he did a press conference before the draft last night. I'm thinking, is he going to – I have the thought cross my mind, is he going to resign? Like, where does this end? And the way he's explained why he's missing the third day of the draft, he could be missing other stuff coming up too. Yeah. I don't know how this goes from here, but it's a big deal for the league. It's a big deal for the Patriots. And I think we're all just kind of bracing now for whatever the next development may be, because 17 days later, there continue to be more and more developments. And Joe, the last thing I'll say is this. At some point, Diana Rossini may decide to come clean and tell her story.
Oh, I thought of that.
And that's going to be a problem for the Patriots if she ever does that.
I thought of that, Mike. I was thinking that same thing, but yeah. And he's trying to save what's going on at home, and I'm guessing Mama's not real happy right now. Mike, thank you. Really appreciate you coming on this morning, bud. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. See you, buddy.
All right, Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. We're not done, man. We've got a lot more stuff to get to. Mario Cristobal from the Miami Hurricanes, the head coach, is going to join us next. Stay with us.
Text W